Vanessa went out onto the balcony of the large mansion and watched as more and more people gathered for the celebration. For this young woman, it always seemed to her that the whole world was a magical country, and her life an endless party. Her parents interrupted her thoughts, and she reluctantly turned her head. Her mom and dad were very wealthy, and Vanessa had never wondered where all that came from. She simply loved them madly, because they always spoiled her and never denied her anything. Nor did she question who they really were, until one day it was too late. Suddenly, a fire broke out in the house, spreading quickly, and people could barely escape. That night, for the first time, she wondered if her parents had enemies, or if they themselves were enemies to someone. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the hands of Vanessa's parents, and the father demanded that the nanny take his daughter out of there. Barbara immediately took the teenager in her arms, covering her eyes, and ran far away, avoiding the burning areas. She managed to save Vanessa, but for her parents that day everything ended, and the girl was left alone. Tears kept falling on her face. She couldn't believe her parents were gone, and the nanny begged her to follow. While trying to comfort her, the nanny promised that they could make her a very strong person, even stronger than her parents. At that moment, Vanessa only saw the nanny as strong, but she was strong only to protect the children under her care. However, Barbara could teach her to protect children like herself. The girl didn't fully understand what the nanny meant, as she had just lost her parents, and she was left alone. But then she understood that she shouldn't give up, and she had always trusted Barbara. So she agreed to become her apprentice. Following that event, for the next 8 years, Vanessa spent time in an elite nanny academy, whose location was classified. Mrs. Barbara Strike took her under her protection, educated and trained her, so now the young woman felt much stronger. After those years, that woman became the director of the elite nanny academy, which made Vanessa happy. And now, after multiple lessons and training, the girl was ready to face her first important mission. Shortly before she visited the director, Barbara was discussing a generous offer with a certain Mr. Parvalone. The director promised that for such a salary, they could hire high-quality workers with extensive experience. But that man needed a special worker, someone who had never worked with anyone before. Barbara pulled out a list of employees pending their first mission and handed it to the client. Mr. Parvalone was interested in knowing if all those people whose names appeared on the list were competent. The director assured him that all her graduates mastered all basic skills perfectly. They all expertly handled child development and psychology. It was also important for employees to know how to provide first aid to the injured. In addition, self-defense was taught there, so that employees could protect a child at the precise moment. It was considered important that all employees knew how to drive vehicles well, and other means of transportation. Great importance was also given to cybersecurity, so employees were trained in computer handling. Barbara also mentioned skills in household management, financial planning, politics, and many other aspects. Then, the director asked Mr. Parvalone why he needed an elite nanny. Oscar Parvalone recalled how, 2 weeks earlier, he had spoken to someone. That person admitted making a mistake before the master and promised to fix it. But Oscar only cared about the accounting books. He planned to issue an invoice to the culprit and demand payment. Then, Mr. Parvalone indicated that he would also notify Jack when he needed his services. But he added that, at that moment, he needed more milk, although Jack didn't fully understand it. It's just that his son Cody loves chocolate milk, and now Oscar demands that Jack provide it. Just then, the child approached Oscar, and he was intrigued why the kid was so nervous now. But the little one took a threatening stance and demanded double from Jack for his carelessness. Oscar then asked the child why he wasn't behaving quietly, as he had promised. But the little one also had his demands. At that moment, Jack approached and with trembling hands offered him the milk carton, asking if it was still necessary. Oscar shook his head vehemently. And at that moment, Cody confirmed his request and lunged for the carton. Mr. Parvalone picked up his son, threw him over his shoulder, and was about to leave, although the boy kept asking for milk. Now, sitting in the office, Oscar mentioned no special reasons. only that his son no longer had a mother and needed someone to take care of him. Barbara assured him that his son would be safe, and then asked if he wanted to choose someone specific. Oscar began reviewing the employees' files, but he didn't dwell on them for too long. Very soon, he pointed to Vanessa's resume, which for some reason attracted him. Taking out the paper, Oscar demanded that this girl be assigned to him exactly. However, Vanessa's specialty was cybersecurity, and the director asked if she had an extensive internet network at home. Upon receiving a negative answer, Barbara stated that in that case she could not recommend her. Instead, she proposed another who also spoke Italian and another knowledgeable in self-defense. But Mr. Parvalone did not want to listen further and repeated that he wanted to hire Vanessa. The director looked at the client with some reprimand, but she could not refuse him as he paid well. Soon she called Vanessa, and she did not delay, immediately appearing before Barbara. Of course, she felt uneasy, as it was her first assignment, but she believed she would succeed. Upon entering the office, she saw Barbara from behind without turning around. In the same posture, the director informed her that she had a pending assignment, and Vanessa was already excited. Without a second thought, Vanessa exclaimed that she was completely ready. Moreover, she had been ready for a long time. But Barbara interrupted her, confessing that she had not actually chosen the mission for the student. She was intrigued as to why that was the case, and the director, turning towards her, explained that her client had chosen it himself. Then Barbara approached the desk, took out a folder, and briefly said that the man's name was Oscar Parvalone. Upon hearing that last name, the girl was perplexed, as that surname was very familiar to her. Vanessa remembered the headline on the front page of a newspaper, which stated that Parvalone had launched a counterattack. It was a mafia family that, in the young woman's opinion, was involved in the fire at her home many years ago. Barbara immediately advised her not to accept the mission, as although she had assigned it, Vanessa had the right to refuse. But the young woman could not refuse her first mission, after everything her former nanny had done for her. Meanwhile, memories of the past flooded her, and she still didn't understand why they had acted that way. Until now, she believed she would never get answers, but now she saw she had an opportunity. She recalled Barbara's words when she promised to make her stronger. And now she was. Without hesitating a minute longer, Vanessa declared that she was ready to accept this mission and start immediately. The director herself doubted whether she should accept it due to the young woman's past, but for that very reason, she accepted. Furthermore, Vanessa thought that this Mr. Parvalone had a small child. And since he is just a child, he needs protection, and the girl was ready to offer it. Moreover, Vanessa hoped that upon arrival, she would discover the truth about what happened that tragic day. Afterwards, Barbara met with Mr. Parvalone again, and all he cared about was whether the girl had signed the contract. The director confirmed, and Vanessa had already packed her suitcase and was ready to leave with the employer. And as soon as she appeared on the threshold, Barbara decided to immediately introduce her to the person she would work for. She said his full name, while he remained somewhat distant, as if he did not wish to speak to the future nanny. But he still turned around, and now Vanessa could closely observe the person she would have to interact with. Oscar was young and very handsome, something the girl did not expect, and she even forgot to greet him. Mr. Parvalone decided to break the silence and asked Barbara if the nanny knew how to speak. At that question, the girl thought he was a complete idiot and continued observing his face. Then she finally spoke. She extended her hand and introduced herself. She added that she was happy to meet him and to work for him, to which he replied kindly. Afterward, Oscar asked her to get in the car when she was ready. As she walked away, Barbara decided to briefly review her duties with the new employee. The director also reminded her not to reveal secrets or put the boss in uncomfortable situations. As well as not being lazy or falling in love, she promised she wouldn't disappoint her mentor. Vanessa was sure she would handle everything and already felt proud, so she headed calmly towards the van. Adam, the driver, approached her immediately and offered to help her put her suitcase in the trunk. He thought she was an adorable girl and decided to give the new employee a little advice for the job. He advised her not to be scared, as the child was only 4 years old, although she was no longer afraid. She politely thanked the man for the advice and headed to her seat in the van. There she saw that Mr. Parvalan was with his son, which was unexpected for her. She still controlled herself and immediately addressed the child, asking if he was Oscar's son. The child introduced himself, saying his name was Cordell, but his father interrupted him and clarified that everyone calls him Cody. Vanessa did not forget courtesy and expressed that she was pleased to meet the child. Cody told his father that he didn't trust this woman and that she smelled of oranges. Vanessa didn't understand why the child said that and even discreetly smelled herself to confirm. Then she asked Mr. Parvalan about their destination. The child decided to get ahead of his father and revealed that they were traveling to a large mansion in the city of commoners. Oscar chose to correct his son's words and clarified that they had recently moved from the south of the country. The girl thought moving to Chicago was very far, so she took out her laptop. The owner immediately indicated that the Wi-Fi in the car was available if she needed it. And he noticed that it didn't even have a password. Then Vanessa heard a click and saw the door lock button drop. Oscar immediately explained that they travel with the doors locked for security. The girl objected, as in case of an incident, it would be better to keep the doors unlocked. She pressed the button, but Mr. Parvalan insisted and locked the door again. Then he explained that if they tried to kidnap his son at a traffic light, it was better to lock up. Vanessa understood his logic and stopped arguing. She returned to her laptop screen. Cody, for his part, asked if his father noticed the smell of oranges when approaching the new employee. She, on the other hand, was thinking about his passwordless Wi-Fi and him lecturing about security. Then the boy looked at her laptop and asked what she was doing there. Vanessa, without explanations, pressed a button and the glass between them and the driver lowered. Adam turned towards them and asked the boss why he needed him, but he didn't need anything. And Cody noticed that his new nanny was quite astute and skillful. Then Vanessa pressed the button again and the glass rose once more. After that, she turned to Oscar and suggested setting a password for the Wi-Fi if he was so worried about security. Mr. Parvalan squinted at the girl, but understood she was right and agreed. A moment later, they arrived at the Grand Mansion Parvalan on the outskirts of Chicago. Adam immediately suggested Vanessa follow Oscar while he took care of the luggage. The girl quickly scanned the area and was surprised that there were no guards or even cameras. Upon entering the house, Oscar indicated that her room was on the second floor. The second one on the left. Then he turned to the child and clarified that from now on, he would have to stay with her. But the boy preferred to stay with his dad. Oscar insisted that from that day on, for any matter, Cody must report to her. He also decided to take him out of the trips. And the boy only protested, believing that his dad saw him as inexperienced. Mr. Parvalan did not want to involve him in that, but the boy insisted that he needed it. This made Cody so angry that he threw his drink on the floor and ran out. Oscar explained that without his mother, he had a hard time, and Vanessa noticed that the boy had become too attached to his father. Then the girl asked if Cody knew what Oscar really did. The man asked her if she knew, and she recalled having read notes about his business. She replied that she had read some news, but hadn't really gotten into his business. Oscar decided to explain in more detail, trying to be completely honest with her. The man admitted that he is actually the deputy director of the mafia boss Parvalan. Vanessa perfectly understood that, being the right-hand man of the mafia boss. This allowed him to be almost on the same level as the Don himself. Then Oscar admitted that he has many enemies, more than anyone else. And he was more than sure that they would do everything possible to get to his only son. That child was very important, as he was the heir to the Parvalan surname. Oscar concluded by saying that it was precisely to protect the child that he needed her. And the young woman promised to do whatever was necessary. This reassured Mr. Parvalan, who decided they shouldn't have any problems regarding this. Immediately, Vanessa began to inquire about her responsibilities and listed some skills she had in cybersecurity. But it wasn't necessary. His only concern was Cody, although he did not imagine having to act as a caregiver nanny. Then he mentioned again that he didn't have bodyguards and that the staff needed to be vetted. Oscar approached Vanessa again and repeated that her only task was not to lose sight of his son. There, the young woman noticed the discarded drink carton on the floor that Cody had left. Mr. Parvalone added that, after the child escaped, she had to track him. Vanessa agreed and immediately ran out into the street to look for the child. But he was nowhere to be seen, and then she heard him getting angry and shouting at someone. Looking closely, Vanessa saw that some men had already subdued Cody and were pushing him into the back of the van. She immediately ran after them, hoping to catch up and save the child from the kidnappers. But the vehicle had already started, and she understood that she would have trouble from day one. Looking at the receding van, she immediately knew that a child had been kidnapped. Then she saw Mr. Parvalone standing on the threshold and didn't know how to tell him everything correctly. For a moment, she thought she should run after the car, but she understood that it wouldn't do any good. She ran back to the house to talk to the owner and take the necessary measures. He asked what had happened, and she explained that several masked kidnappers had taken the child. Mr. Parvalone grabbed her arm and pushed her to follow the vehicle. Vanessa had no objections. On the contrary, she intensely wished to save Cody. Grabbing her bag, she asked the owner for the car keys to act faster. But Adam was already running towards her. He would be her driver on this mission and would take her wherever necessary. She promised Oscar that she would find the child and asked him to call the police for now. But he leaned towards her as she was getting into the car and told her it wouldn't be necessary if she did her job well. A moment later, the car was speeding towards the direction the van had taken. The driver asked where he had to go, and Vanessa told him when to turn right. Or left. She also opened her laptop and decided to use a special program to locate vehicles. She remembered the van's number well and now planned to track it. Something she was an expert at. Adam became interested in what she was doing, and Vanessa briefly explained how she was going to find the car. Meanwhile, she checked the cameras and confirmed that the van had only appeared a minute ago. Vanessa thought everything seemed too easy and suspected it might be a trap. Then she asked him to turn left and after 2 traffic lights to the right to catch up with them. In addition, she wanted to hack the nearest cell towers to have more options to locate the car soon. She began to mumble what she planned to do, but Adam didn't fully understand all those technical terms. Soon, Vanessa detected 3 phone signals inside the approaching building. Upon arrival, they immediately saw the kidnapper's van, and she prepared to act. She asked Adam to circle the building and wait on the other side until she returned with the child. There was a bodyguard in front of the entrance. He seemed like a professional, but Vanessa found it strange that he didn't have a gun. Upon approaching, she warned him that she was well-trained and begged him to open the door politely. He leaned better against the door and refused to let the uniformed visitor pass. Without waiting another second, the young woman sharply bent his arm at the elbow and then hit him even more violently in the solar plexus. The impact bent him in half and Vanessa immediately struck his neck with the edge of her palm. Then, the huge muscular man collapsed on the floor, dropping his sunglasses. And he couldn't move for a moment. Vanessa entered the building and reached the kitchen. For some empty reason, there weren't even any cooks. Seeing a round metal tray on one of the tables, she decided to use it as a weapon. A little further on the opposite side, there was another door with a round porthole. Peeking carefully, Vanessa saw a dimly lit room and there a woman and a man were guarding the tied-up Cody. Immediately, the young woman, banging hard on the door, burst into the room and prepared to face the 2 criminals. They, for their part, also prepared for the fight and immediately took fighting stances. Vanessa immediately raised the tray, intending to hit the man. But he ducked in time and she missed. Instantly, that bandit threw a punch at the young woman, but she blocked the blow with the tray. He felt unbearable pain in his fist, and as he backed away, Vanessa raised her leg to slam her heel into his face. But the female bandit dodged in time and moved her leg away, preparing to counterattack. However, Vanessa didn't flinch and immediately struck him on the head with the metal tray. While those two tried to recover from the punishment, the girl, without losing a second, ran towards the child. Without untying him, she hoisted Cody onto her shoulders and hurried out of the building. From the van, the driver shouted praise, happy that she had succeeded everything. Placing the child in the vehicle, she held him close as if he were her own. Then she started untying the ropes and asking him if he was injured and how he felt. Noticing Cody leaning forward, she remembered how she herself had been scared after the fire in her house. Vanessa hugged him again and assured him that everything would be fine now and he didn't need to worry anymore. At that moment, Adam coughed a little and understood that he wasn't feeling well, but he still had one task left to do. The girl noticed that something was wrong with him and became alarmed, but soon realized that his intentions were not friendly. The next instant, she saw the gun pointed at her, while Adam ordered her to get out of the vehicle. He then added that if Vanessa left on her own, leaving the child, she would receive $2 million for it. The girl interpreted this as the man being allied with the kidnappers. And now, he was trying to finish what they had started. Adam clarified that he had nothing to do with the idiots Oscar had hired to pump him for information. Vanessa now understood that it had been a test, and the driver added that the owner would not lose sight of the boy, and that she couldn't miss such an opportunity now. The young woman stood in front of the child and assured him that she would never allow him to carry out his plans. However, Adam insisted that she act sensibly and take the money instead of ending up with a hole in her head. Out of the corner of her eye, Vanessa noticed the open laptop and decided to take advantage of it. While continuing to distract the driver with conversation, she reached for the device and started searching for the right button. When Adam heard the nanny's refusal for the umpteenth time, he prepared to pull the trigger and finish her off. His fingers soon found the right spot, and without hesitation, he pressed the button. At that very moment, the windshield wipers started working, sliding with a soft noise over the windshield. That distracted him slightly, and he turned around to check what had happened. That was enough for Vanessa, and without hesitation, she pressed another button on the laptop. The glass separating the driver from the passengers rose and immobilized Adam's hand, who dropped the weapon. Meanwhile, the woman grabbed the child and pushed the vehicle door open from her side. The next instant, she threw herself backward so that Cody would land on top and not get hurt. Then, after quickly getting up, she started running with the child in her arms before Adam could free himself from the trap. On the way, she didn't stop comforting the child, telling him they would soon be home and that he was very brave. Approaching the house, Vanessa noticed Adam's car was already in the courtyard, and horrible thoughts invaded her. Although then, she saw that the driver was standing next to Mr. Parvalin, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, he let go of her hands and ran to his father, while Vanessa understood that something was wrong. Oscar stroked the little one's head and congratulated the nanny for doing well, saying she was now hired. Now she understood that even Adam's dialogue was part of the whole plan. But he only did his job. Mr. Parvalin noticed that he hadn't executed it very well, as Vanessa escaped before he could shoot. Although the girl got a little angry, she insisted again that for similar reasons. The car door should have been unlocked. Oscar agreed with her, and Cody began to praise her for not being mean, being fast, and for having hugged him. Vanessa understood that she had also involved the son, but she couldn't help but warn Cody. Otherwise, he might suffer psychological trauma. Furthermore, Oscar wanted to check that she could neither be intimidated nor bribed, and he liked the result. He explained that this happened previously with the former nannies, and Vanessa promised to watch Cody. But she asked for trust. Mr. Parvalin could not accept it, as he did not trust anyone or anything. When Vanessa asked for the reason, he admitted that his wife had disappeared a year earlier. Then, he took out of his pocket a ring the size of a woman's finger, which was entirely covered in blood. He added that the police did not include one thing in the reports, namely, that his wife had been murdered. Oscar's face looked very sad and distressed. He even closed his eyes when remembering his wife. Vanessa noticed how little Cody blushed when his father remembered his mother. and she understood that the boy was also hurting. So she asked the employer not to mention it now, as it was not the most appropriate time. Oscar understood what the girl meant and asked the boy to go to his room. But he objected, stating that he was actually fine and didn't really want to go home. Then Vanessa looked at the windows and asked exactly where the child's room was located. He made a slightly annoyed face, not understanding why the new nanny was interested in his room's window. The girl then guessed playfully that the child's room was the one with lace curtains. Cody started denying it, and Oscar explained that his son's room was on the other side of the house. Then Vanessa decided on the one with flower pots, but the boy angrily protested again. Then he grabbed the nanny's hand and dragged her, intending to show her what his room really was. Before she had left, Oscar informed her that he needed to go to his office in 10 minutes. Afterwards, she followed the boy, and his father just watched her go. The nearby Adam noticed that he liked the girl and advised the boss not to scare her. But Oscar considered that if Vanessa could be scared, then this was not her place. The driver approached the boss and commented that it smelled like oranges. Cody, on the way, decided that the nanny was trying to trick him, but she just wanted to see his room. Vanessa explained to the boy that based on what was in there, she could form an opinion about him. It was unexpected for Cody, as nobody had ever told him something like that before. In reality, the girl was worried because she had handled that kidnapping too well. She was also glad that it hadn't affected her too much. Meanwhile, they reached the room. The boy said it wasn't tidy because they had just moved in and there was still some stuff from the previous owners. Cody then clarified that they were childish things, but the nanny even liked those things. Still, she asked the boy not to show them if he didn't want to, but he thought it was just a room. The next instant, they entered a rather spacious room where there was indeed considerable mess. The empty chocolate milk cartons immediately caught attention. Then the girl noticed that Cody had plenty of almost identical suits, even more than a gravedigger. In another corner, there was a creativity corner that helped the child deal with his internal emotions. Vanessa immediately thought that the boy needed to consume less sugar and diversify his wardrobe. While the nanny wasn't looking, Cody quickly hid some toys under the pillows. Feeling some discomfort, he also justified the empty cartons, saying the maid didn't have much sympathy for him. The girl smiled again, not understanding how that could be true, as it was so wonderful. Vanessa even wanted to stroke the little one's hair, but he immediately rejected her. Then, looking from under his eyebrows, he said quite brusquely that he didn't need a new mom. But Vanessa didn't even try. She knew that nobody could ever replace the child's mother. She also clarified to the boy that she would stop worrying so much about him if he didn't like it. He simply replied in an equally displeased tone, telling her to keep doing her job. Vanessa tried again to please him and followed his order, but he reminded her that it was time to go see his father. The girl understood that the time had indeed come and immediately headed to the boss's office. On the way, the nanny thought the boy was too stubborn, but in a way, it made sense. A little later, she was in front of the door and carefully knocked on the wooden door. Oscar invited her in, and Vanessa immediately noticed that this man had changed a bit. In this setting, Mr. Parvellin did not seem as terrifying as for a deputy director of the Dawn. Vanessa, without wasting time, reported that she had left Cody in his room and asked if it wasn't dangerous. Oscar explained that if he was home, it was normal, and admitted that he had pressured the nanny before. Vanessa didn't believe it was just a little, but quite the opposite. She promised the boss she would get to the bottom of it, whatever the cost. Vanessa meant that those who killed Mrs. Parvellin were now threatening her son. And she was ready to protect the boy and solve everything so that Cody would no longer be threatened by anything. Oscar confirmed that the threats began since his uncle, the mafia boss, named the boy as the next leader. The girl pointed out that the contract did not specify that his family was in danger. She added that these obligations were not part of the signed contract. Vanessa understood that the boss had not read the fine print and decided to use it as leverage. Oscar reminded her that she had studied self-defense, but she replied that she was a recent graduate and that he should hire a more experienced worker. Mr. Parvalan also resisted and stated that he had hired exactly the person he needed. The girl didn't immediately understand what he meant and asked him for a more detailed explanation. For a moment, she even thought that this man knew her past and suspected she had come looking for answers. But Oscar only clarified that he didn't need anyone else and asked what conditions the nanny required to stay. Vanessa understood that this mission was much more complicated than the one she had accepted, and he began to propose compensation options. The man proposed increasing the salary, although she had already thought about offering him new conditions. While she remained silent, Oscar continued to offer her different incentives, like a house in Mallorca or political contacts. But all that seemed useless to Vanessa if she achieved nothing, and she was intrigued why he specifically needed her. The woman asked the boss for full access to everything she needed. Mr. Parvalan asked for clarification, and she added absolutely everything, as it would help protect the child. This request even seemed interesting to Oscar, and his work ethic gave him the impression of being selfless. But Vanessa stated that she only wanted to survive this mission, which is why she wanted to use all possible means. The boss reflected, as he could not give her a business account or client data. The nanny wasn't interested in his business, and she promised not to look at anything she didn't need. The conversation started to seem more amusing to Oscar, so he asked her again to specify what she was looking for. Mr. Parvalan also wondered what all that would bring her, considering her meticulous attitude. After mentally evaluating several options, Vanessa stated that she had an even more personal request. Then, after taking a deep breath, the woman asked the boss to leave her a guaranteed excellent review. Because she was risking her life for Cody, and if in the end he was fine, she wanted her work to be properly valued. She also asked Oscar to become the superior patron of an elite nanny academy. After listening to Vanessa, Mr. Parvalone considered her demands quite low. But she insisted and promised to fulfill it in a year, when it was time to leave Chicago. But then Oscar looked at the nanny with some threat and assured her that everything would be different if anything happened to his son. If that happens, the girl will greatly regret not having died while executing her mission. Although Vanessa was not one to be scared, those words made her reflect a little. The boss's expression at that moment was so threatening that it seemed he might hit her. But he did none of that, instead just inviting her to feel at home. Upon leaving the office, she understood he was serious, and she could see it in his eyes. Vanessa understood that a guy like that would kill her very slowly if she made a mistake. However, she was well trained and knew that elite nannies never make mistakes. Then she found the driver in the hallway who was taking her suitcases to the room, although she could do it herself. But Adam considered that today was enough difficulties for her, and he expressed his happiness that she would stay. He took the luggage to the second floor, and at the same time suggested she tour the house. He added that for the next year it would be her home, unless something irreparable happened. She watched this man and couldn't understand if he was on her side or against her. Still, she listened to his advice and went to inspect, noting that the home reminded her of a small palace. She decided to walk through the garden and simultaneously examine the security level. Behind the nearby door, Vanessa recognized the guard she already knew informally. It was the same guard she had recently taken down while saving the child. Reaching the hedge, the girl saw that it was 3 meters high and had barbed wire on top. Moreover, in some spots she saw more guards as big as the first one. Continuing to walk, Vanessa noticed that there were also beautiful things, like small ponds. However, this place where the child used to play did not seem like a playground to her. So she decided it would be good to take the child to the park on occasion. Upon returning to the house, Vanessa looked for her room and noticed it was quite spacious. But she wasn't concerned about luxury. Taking advantage of the moment, she decided to get her laptop. Upon opening her backpack, the girl became alarmed seeing that the laptop was missing and began to recall where she had left it. Recalling the recent events, Vanessa understood that she had left the laptop in the car. It happened just as she jumped out of the car with the child. Peeking out the window, she hoped to retrieve it right away, but she didn't see the car in the courtyard. At that moment, Oscar entered and invited her to have dinner with him, as the food was ready. Vanessa immediately asked how to retrieve her laptop, and the boss promised Adam would take care of it. Then he inquired about the child and learned that he had decided to dine in his room. She also frequently wondered if this happened normally, if Cody didn't join the common table. Oscar explained that his son had been acting like this lately, and the girl deduced it was due to the loss of his mother. The boss turned around and, annoyed, said he absolutely didn't need her opinions. He knew his son well and didn't want anyone meddling with his feelings. He repeated to the nanny that she should only worry about the boy's safety. Meanwhile, Cody was by the door trying to eavesdrop on the adults' conversation. But Vanessa managed to hear a noise on the other side of the child's door. Oscar paid no attention, as he was rushing to where he needed to go. The girl's heart broke, realizing that Cody had overheard everything. As he was very young. Then she went to the dining room, where they offered her a seat at a huge table. The food seemed excessive to her, even though she was hungry. She thought it was too much. Mr. Parvalone was already sitting opposite her, ready to eat and watching her. Vanessa, although trained in protocol, felt a bit uncomfortable. At the academy, they taught her to maintain formal conversations with employers, so she decided to start one. First, she inquired why Mr. Parvalone had come to Chicago. When she heard it was just for business, it seemed a bit strange to her, as he didn't belong to the local mafia. He had no influence over that company here, and she knew that the local mafia families would not accept him. Vanessa supposed that a man of Oscar's status could cause quite a stir in the city. His counterpart felt it with a very calm tone, as she was right. The nanny observed that Oscar felt no remorse, as if he didn't understand the risk he was putting his son under. However, she didn't interrupt the conversation and decided to ask the boss another question. The young woman was intrigued by Oscar's goals for the next year, but he didn't quite understand her question. Vanessa clarified that, if there were no special plans, she could teach the boy a language. Or some other artistic discipline. Mr. Parvalone hesitated for a moment before answering, as if he were evaluating the proposal. Then he heard that Oscar had already considered that previously, thinking that the boy should learn something. Although he expected that Cody, as the future heir of the Parvalons, would meet certain expectations. Suddenly, the living room door flew open and one of the maids entered, bringing a drink to the table. Vanessa found it somewhat strange and suspicious that the maid had entered precisely at that moment. She noticed that everyone here behaved strangely, as if they were ghosts. Although she had only encountered the driver. She was also very intrigued by the fact that only she had been invited to dine with the boss. Vanessa decided it was because it was her first day, and decided to go along with this strange gesture of welcome. The young woman started asking him what Cody did all day, and discovered that his father normally took him to work with him. She didn't think it was right for a child, and stated that it wouldn't happen again. At that moment, she noticed the boss's mood had changed, and he even clenched his hands tightly. Then, Mr. Parvalone ordered the maid Julia to leave them alone for a moment, and prepared to clarify something. Vanessa observed the maid's mysterious look, and again, understood that there was definitely something strange. Oscar stood up and asked the nanny to follow him to the door. The girl wanted to ask him something else, but he advised her not to say a word for now. As always, the guard was there, and Mr. Parvalone gave him an order with a gesture. The young woman walked past the huge man, thinking he had been ordered to do something to her. But the guard remained in his place, and Oscar took her by the hand and dragged her in another direction. She was glad the boss hadn't reprimanded her in front of others, but at the same time, it seemed excessive. Stopping, Vanessa began to apologize for having said too much. But Mr. Parvalone interrupted her, saying she had nothing to apologize for. And he completely agreed with her on that. Then he asked her to act scared, but she didn't understand why it was necessary. Mr. Parvalone repeated his request, holding her hands tightly, and she accepted. Then, the guard watched as the boss shook the girl, who began to scream as if she were about to die. Afterwards, Oscar hid her again behind a tree and stated that he had only one goal for Cody. He was about to say it when a noise was heard nearby, and the boss fell. A moment later, one of the guards appeared, blocking the moonlight with his huge body. The boss asked what he needed and learned that a problem had arisen in the third sector. Realizing the situation was not minor, Oscar suggested they talk later. And he left to attend to business. Left alone, Vanessa tried to understand why that man was so afraid to talk in front of everyone. The next day, she heard Cody interrogating someone quite threateningly. The boy assured that he would find out anyway if someone tried to steal from the Parvalone family. Slightly opening Cody's room door, she saw him interrogating a duck under a dim light. It seemed a bit strange to her that such a young boy was learning to interrogate detainees. However, he called her anyway and invited her to have breakfast with him. But he decided to eat in his room. Vanessa smiled and assumed the boy was simply afraid to eat human food in front of her. Cody didn't fully understand what his housekeeper meant by human food. But it caught his attention. Then she decided to humor the boy and promised never to tell anyone his secret. The boy didn't understand what secret she was talking about, and Vanessa explained that he was actually a vampire. In addition, she explained that he didn't leave the house and only ate when no one saw his fangs. But Cody refused and replied that he wasn't a vampire, just that he didn't want to eat with her precisely. Then Vanessa admitted that she had already eaten, so the kitchen was completely his. Then she decided to leave him alone and asked him to meet her downstairs later. When the nanny left, Cody remained annoyed for a while, not understanding why she wouldn't leave him in peace. Then he noticed the duck's fixed gaze and ordered it not to look at him like that. After breakfast, Vanessa washed the dishes and was glad that the boy had eaten outside his room. On one of the plates, she saw that he had drawn a vampire face with fangs using sauce. It seemed a bit daring to her, but she was still glad the boy had eaten. While finishing cleaning, thoughtfully, she heard someone entering the kitchen. Turning around, Vanessa saw a woman in an apron and knew it was Mrs. Kenneth. She immediately asked what the nanny was doing there, and Vanessa clarified that she would now take care of the breakfasts and Cody's meals. In addition, Vanessa promised not to bother Mrs. Kenneth, who noticed that the new employee had cleaned quite well. The maid approached one of the closets, almost bumping into Vanessa, and explained that Mr. Parvalon wanted coffee. While preparing the coffee, Mrs. Kenneth asked if the girl had slept well. And she lied by saying everything was perfect. In reality, the young woman hadn't closed her eyes, because she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was constantly watching her. Then Vanessa asked the maid if she had seen her laptop, which she urgently needed. But Mrs. Kenneth didn't understand what that technology contributed and preferred her to read a book. At that moment, the master's voice sounded from the door asking for the coffee. Vanessa turned around and noticed the calm state Mr. Parvalone was in. Even so, she was sure he was pretending, as if nothing had happened the night before. Oscar observed the girl's curious look and decided something was worrying her. She didn't tell him anything, just set out to check if little Cody was all right. At the same time, Vanessa couldn't quite understand her boss, who just the day before had wanted to tell her about his son. Approaching the child's room, she heard him again speaking in a fierce tone to a baby duck. And she understood where he had learned it from. While the boy remained entertained, Vanessa decided to go find out what had happened to her laptop. Upon entering her room, she noticed the device was already on the bedside table. Vanessa didn't feel the slightest laziness to investigate, so she took advantage of a free moment. Oscar told her nothing about his past, so she decided to use a search engine. Upon opening her laptop, the girl immediately typed, "Parvalon crimes in the south of the country" in the search bar. Soon, she read that this family has been controlling a mafia organization for 100 years. Now Oscar's uncle is the boss because his older brother died and left him the leadership. But the uncle had no children of his own, so the nephew was his lieutenant, and Cody is the heir. Now she understood why that child was so serious and acted that way. Vanessa decided to see what was being said about Parvalon on the dark web and began typing quickly. On some sites, she read that despite his brief stay, he had already made enemies. But Vanessa didn't understand why he acts like this and gets into so much trouble. Then it occurred to her that perhaps Parvelen had no pending matters left in the south. She heard Cody calling her crazy aunt, but that didn't bother her. She immediately closed her laptop and went to see what the child needed. Upon entering his room, she saw that the duck was already stored in her laptop bag. And Cody was looking for something. The boy couldn't find his favorite tie, although he was supposed to go with his father to an evening event. She understood that Cody didn't know yet that his father wasn't going to take him, and started thinking about how to explain it to him. She suggested staying home to play, while Mr. Parvelen attended to his business. But Cody was sure his father needed his help, as he was going to meet people who hate the Parvelen family. That was new information for Vanessa, and she was intrigued how the child knew. Cody also believed that when he was with his father, the latter was underestimated, and that was his advantage. Suddenly, the boy began to beg the nanny to support him when his dad arrived. The girl didn't know what to answer, and Oscar entered, asking his son to stay with Vanessa. He planned to return alone the next day, and considered it safer for his son to stay home. This saddened him greatly, and he tried to remind his father what his uncle had wanted. But the man did not give in, and insisted that Cody should stay home to be calmer. As he left, Mr. Parvelen approached the nanny and asked her to take good care of his son. At that moment, the girl decided to seize the opportunity and begged the boss to delay a little. He didn't understand what she needed, but opted to listen, thinking it might be important. Meanwhile, Cody fixed his eyes on the nanny, hoping that she would finally beg his father to take him. But the woman said nothing about it, and only asked again for access to his security system. At that instant, the child felt betrayed and abandoned, as if his last hope had been broken. Oscar didn't have time for that now, but he promised to talk to Vanessa about it when he returned. After this, Mr. Parvelen closed the door behind him, leaving the child with the nanny, who was now annoyed with everyone. The girl decided to ease the situation and proposed having dinner together with the child. But Cody wanted nothing and asked the nanny to leave him alone and go away. The young woman tried to convince him, promising they would have a good time together. But the boy saw nothing fun in that and was sure that his father had left him behind. Vanessa had no choice but to leave the child's room, who slammed the door shut behind her. In a way, she perfectly understood what Cody felt now, as she herself had experienced something similar. Memories of her childhood home burning came back to her, and there was nothing fun about that. That night, Vanessa couldn't sleep, as she again felt that someone was watching her. She checked the entire room for cameras but found none, although that feeling did not leave her. Although all that, it was time to prepare to resume her responsibilities. Furthermore, seeing her perfect room, she thought that behind all that lay something terrible. But then Vanessa noticed the rising sun and decided to go out onto the balcony to watch the rays. After staying there for a few minutes, she returned to the room and decided to check the search engine. She immediately saw that Cody was already comfortably settled in his bed, and the nanny invited him to breakfast. The boy still refused, so Vanessa proposed taking him to the park after breakfast. Cody still refused to eat his unpleasant meals, and even less did he intend to go out. But suddenly he became interested in the park and asked the nanny to tell him more details. The girl told him about an outdoor playground and mentioned that in another place there is a zoo. Although it smells bad. There the boy confessed that he actually loved Balboa Park, but Vanessa didn't know where it was. She explained that it was downtown between rivers, and there were many trees there. Benches and fountains too. The boy also confessed that he and his dad often went there and fed the ducks. Knowing the boss's character a little, the girl tried to imagine that scene. Still, she agreed to go there with Cody, but on the condition that they have breakfast together. After a while, Vanessa watched her pupil feeding the ducks with bread crumbs. Meanwhile, she asked the birds not to fight, as she had enough bread for everyone. But they kept quacking. Observing Cody, the nanny noticed that this child really missed his dad, who disappeared all day. Soon the boy got bored of feeding the ducks, who wouldn't stop fighting, and threw the rest of the bread into the fountain. Then he turned to Vanessa and asked her to buy him ice cream. The girl noticed that it was time for lunch and didn't want him to ruin his appetite. But the boy insisted again, this time even using the word please, and added that his dad always bought him ice cream. At that moment, the child looked so adorable that Vanessa couldn't refuse him, even if it was just one scoop. She pointed towards an ice cream stand and invited him to go there. Cody objected and explained that his dad always bought it in the old neighborhood because they even had pistachio there. The girl agreed, since the child really wanted that flavor, and they headed there. There were many people in that area, and it looked like a tourist spot. Upon reaching the vendor, Vanessa immediately asked for a pistachio ice cream with chocolate shavings for the child. Meanwhile, she spoke to him in French, and seeing his reaction, realized she still needed to improve. In a matter of seconds, the cone ice cream was ready, and the nanny took out her phone to pay with the terminal. Meanwhile, Cody watched the ice cream intently, which he couldn't wait to try. But suddenly, he became alerted and ran off as if chased by a gang of bandits. Vanessa barely managed to see where the child had headed before disappearing into the crowd. She immediately chased him, trying to catch up, but he was gone. He had vanished around the corner. At first, the young woman didn't understand why Cody hadn't taken the ice cream he asked for so much. Determined to call him, but he didn't answer. Then she began to suspect where Oscar's son might be heading. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvalan was driving to an important meeting and decided to use the journey to reflect. A little later, the driver informed him of an incoming video call and asked whose it was. Adam answered immediately. His uncle wanted to talk, but at that moment, Oscar didn't feel like talking even to him. He just asked to know what his Uncle Johnny wanted, as he had decided to call at noon. The driver didn't know the details, but advised him not to keep his uncle waiting. Oscar agreed and asked the driver to connect him. Turning on the laptop in his seat, Mr. Parvalan pressed the button, and his uncle immediately appeared on the screen. The voice sounded slightly worried, and it occurred to Oscar that something serious had happened. However, he asked about the progress of the matters, and his nephew confessed that coordination with another group was still pending. Johnny listened and then begged Oscar not to start a war, as he knew his temperament well. These Mexicans understood weapons well, but not luxury items, which could be taken advantage of. The contacts with the lumberjacks and the Chinese trade networks would also prove useful. Johnny was excited by the news, as they could soon leave their mark on the city. In addition, the Normans eagerly await Oscar to prepare the ground, and he promised to do it properly. Uncle Johnny did not forget to mention that the future empire would belong to his son. He also asked his nephew never to forget who all this was being done for, and he promised again that it would be fulfilled. After that, Uncle Johnny asked him to inform him when everything was ready. And then he asked about his son. Oscar briefly recounted how things were going, and the uncle toasted that mischievous little one. After the conversation, an employee entered Johnny's office with her robe stained with blood and announced that they were ready. That news cheered up the boss, who asked if it had caused him much trouble. He prepared to leave, thinking that this time they would tell him something different. Although he wished for something new, listening to Johnny's predictable lies was already boring and exhausting. While the slick guys were busy, little Cody was carrying out his small crime. He fled from the nanny with the intention of finding some vehicle to go see his father. He had to run for quite a while until his lungs filled with air. But he didn't give up. He soon reached the bus stop and approached the first one he saw. The driver informed him that the bus was going to the station, exactly the place he was looking for. He paid the fare and headed to the lounge, where he found a comfortable seat and sat down. Peeking out the window, he noticed Vanessa running down the street in search of him. And he decided not to draw attention to himself. At that moment, only one thing mattered to him: arriving on time with his father and reuniting with him soon. From his point of view, Vanessa saw it more as a game of hide-and-seek, as she fully trusted her skills. Cody, who had been walking for a while, noticed his legs were a little swollen, and he stood up to stretch them. A few minutes later, he had already reached the right stop and got off the bus. But as soon as the child got off the vehicle, he immediately recognized a familiar face in front of him. 8 minutes earlier, the nanny, who was sure to find the child quickly. began to plan her strategy. She mentally reviewed the possible routes, looking at the stop where the bicycles were parked. Furthermore, she knew that even if Cody walked fast, it wouldn't last long. She also considered the bicycle, but she didn't know yet if the child knew how to ride it. The best plan, in her opinion, was to travel by bus or taxi, where she would only have to pay for the ticket. Then she closed her eyes to clarify better where Cody might have gone. Moreover, the child probably chose the fastest way to reach his goal. She also remembered how he rummaged through her things to find the handkerchief with which he would meet his father. But that day, Mr. Parvalone decided to leave the child home for the first time in a long time. And now the nanny was sure that Cody was heading to look for his father to be with him. Then Vanessa overheard a conversation between some girls talking about a child in an adorable little suit. The girls were happy that children here could travel quietly on public transport. Vanessa understood they were talking about Cody and immediately asked which bus he had gotten on. The girl was surprised and got a little upset. But the nanny repeated her question, this time more delicately. Then she confessed that she had seen the child get on a bus going towards the station. The nanny understood that the child was heading to the intercity train station, about 15 minutes away. Now she was ready to demonstrate what she learned at the Elite Nanny Academy. Soon Vanessa saw a man with a bicycle that had a front basket, in which a small dog was sitting. She approached him and politely asked him to lend her the bicycle. While the man was distracted by the charming young woman, he remembered that his little dog was still in the basket. Vanessa also understood that the two would miss each other and immediately returned the dog to its owner. Before leaving, she promised to leave the bicycle parked and set off. The girl pedaled down the road, passing cars coming from both directions. And they honked at her. When she reached the bridge, she found dense traffic and knew she would waste too much time if she avoided it. So, Vanessa decided to test her parkour skills and slid down the bridge, then passing over a stroller. A few seconds later, she landed on the sidewalk, startling the pedestrians quite a bit. But she didn't have time to pay attention to them, as she wanted to catch up with the boy. Meanwhile, when the nanny set off on her bike, Cody was still traveling on the bus. Approaching his goal, it seemed to him that the journey was taking too long, and he got quite bored during the ride. In a short time, Vanessa had already reached the station and was looking from afar for the bus she needed. Public transport hadn't arrived yet, so she still had time to park the bicycle. She found a discreet spot for the bicycle near the stop and walked the rest of the way. The girl had 1 more minute before the bus arrived and prepared to confront the fugitive boy. That minute passed very quickly, and the bus arrived at the correct stop. Cody, who was sitting there, was preparing to get off and stretched his legs before descending. The boy, lost in thought and suspecting nothing, came down the bus steps. At the stop, Vanessa was already waiting for him, and with complete seriousness, she was about to speak to the boy. Cody was truly startled to see the nanny in front of him, not understanding how she had found him so fast. The girl simply leaned towards him and asked where he was going alone. Then she grabbed him by the neck and warned him that he wouldn't get ice cream anymore after that. Cody tried to shake off her grip, but he couldn't, and got angry because she had wrinkled his suit. Vanessa assured the child that the wrinkled suit at that moment was the least of his problems. He kept trying to break free and shouted for the nanny to let him go. Without thinking twice, the girl shook him by the jacket, and the boy fell instantly. Falling on his bottom, the boy felt an unpleasant pain. But now another thing mattered more to him. He started yelling at Vanessa that he hated her, and she admitted that it hurt her a lot to hear it. Cody cried and curled up on the floor, continuing to blame his nanny because his father hadn't taken him due to her fault. But Vanessa objected, as her job was to protect the child, and she also explained how dangerous his actions were. The boy kept insisting, stating that his father only now was also in danger. The nanny tried to calm Cody, saying his dad has many bodyguards nearby. But he considered them traitors. The boy shouted that, after what happened to his mom, Dad simply couldn't trust any of them. Cody repeated Uncle Johnny's words that only family can be trusted. So he tried to protect his dad. Vanessa understood that, according to the child, the bodyguards had deliberately allowed his mother's death. She tried to reassure him, telling him that the guards did everything possible. But Cody objected, stating that he didn't actually know anything. Vanessa didn't actually know how his mother was killed, but she understood the feelings he had. But Vanessa decided to convince the boy that he was wrong and that, despite everything, she knew something. She sat down next to him and sincerely admitted that she was not like those previous guards. She promised to protect him with all her might, even if she had to save him from himself. She explained that he could hate her, even fight with her, but escaping her wouldn't be possible. The boy protested and stated with quite some conviction that he would keep trying to escape. Afterward, there was a silence of several seconds, and they just looked at each other. Although Cody had no other option, he obeyed the nanny and returned home with her. After dinner, Vanessa, as usual, took care of washing the dishes, while the boy asked to go to his room. Of course, the nanny kept him close, although he swore he wouldn't run away anymore. The nanny had no doubt. She wasn't going to take her eyes off him until his father returned. A little later, Vanessa put him to bed and turned off the light in his room to make it less intense. Cody still wasn't asleep. He wanted to wait for his father so that he would be the one to tuck him in upon return. The girl promised the little one that as soon as she saw his boss, she would immediately convey Cody's wish. Then she left him alone, and he covered himself with the blanket almost up to his head, feeling like he'd had an exhausting day. It seemed to Vanessa that it had also been a rather active day, and tired, she decided to sit down for a moment. The nanny, curled up right under Cody's door, remembered that she hadn't slept at all the previous nights. The fatigue was even greater, but she couldn't allow Cody to escape again. Her eyelids, however, became very heavy, and Vanessa decided to close her eyes for a moment to relieve the exhaustion. Without realizing it, the young woman fell into a deep sleep so strong that she didn't even hear anything. In that position, curled up like a skein, Mr. Parvalan found her under the door. Without touching the sleeping nanny, he decided to check how his son was and headed to his room. The boy still hadn't fallen completely asleep. He had just started dozing off and heard that his dad had returned. Oscar, leaning over him, confirmed that he had arrived, and Cody mumbled that he had missed him. The father asked the boy how his day with the nanny had been, and he admitted that he almost managed to escape from her. Then, the boy added that Vanessa was silly and that he tried to escape from her to help his dad. Oscar became interested in how the son knew where he was, and it turned out that Adam always entered the GPS coordinates in advance. Mr. Parvalan noticed that his son was astute, and he also confessed that he had overheard the guard's conversation. This showed the father how attentive his son was, and he felt proud of that quality. Then, the boy also confessed that Vanessa had caught him. She didn't let him out and brought him back home. It was time for Oscar to leave, but he had promised his son that when he woke up, he would see him again by his bed. He wished the boy good night. He left the room and closed the door carefully. There was still one pending task, and the man had to do something about that sleeping bundle on his lap. However, he didn't rush things and started by putting back on the shirt he had taken off earlier. The shirt was stained with blood, and Oscar didn't want his son to see him in that state. After looking at Vanessa again, in that position she seemed little more dangerous than a kitten. Furthermore, Mr. Parvalan understood that, despite everything, his son was safe. He leaned towards the young woman and tried to wake her with soft words, calling her in a low voice. The nanny heard the boss's whisper next to her ear. She opened her eyes, but still didn't have the strength to get up. Vanessa could only turn her head towards him and distinguished that he had truly returned. Then Oscar helped the young woman up and was about to accompany her to the room so she could lie down properly. But Vanessa didn't want the boss to worry so much about her and stated that she could walk alone. He didn't argue with her and let her go, but as soon as he did, the nanny was about to fall again. Oscar didn't flinch. He grabbed her again so she wouldn't hurt herself and insisted on accompanying her. Vanessa knew well that she was very weak, and in those 2 days without sleep, she had lost a lot of strength. The boss didn't scold her, as he knew Cody only wanted to see him. The nanny put a tracker in the child's shoe, something Oscar found very smart. Holding the girl, who was falling asleep while walking, Mr. Parvalin reached her room. In a moment, the girl buried her nose in his clothes and noticed a rather unpleasant smell. Vanessa instantly recognized the smell, as it smelled like the boss's blood. Oscar only gave a slight smile, as if the smell wasn't as pleasant as oranges for her. Afterward, Vanessa pushed him and tried to enter the room alone, holding onto the furniture. She only continued mumbling that little Cody had to be kept away from all that. Oscar leaned over her and asked her not to shout about it if she wanted to live. The girl was surprised that her words came out strong. She didn't notice due to fatigue, although she knew perfectly well how her words sounded when she shouts. The boss didn't want to argue anymore and only recommended she sleep well. But she couldn't sleep in that house, although she was about to collapse from tiredness and longed to get to bed. She tried to explain to the boss that someone was constantly watching her for some reason. The next instant, the nanny was already in bed and couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. She needed to sleep. Even a little surprised that Vanessa had understood that they were watching her. He estimated that she had good intuition, something he liked, as it would undoubtedly be useful. He knew that the young woman still had many things ahead of her, but he decided to let her sleep. The next day, Vanessa was glad to finally have been able to sleep, and now she felt less tired. Then she remembered how Mr. Parvalin accompanied her to her room and felt self-conscious. Furthermore, that night, her internal alarm and danger signals did not react at all. That seemed quite strange to her, as Mr. Parvalin was precisely the person she should fear the most. But after spending some time with them, Vanessa understood that they were not as she believed. Not even Cody seemed like a victim who needed to be rescued and protected. The mafia-affiliated Mr. Parvalin also didn't resemble a villain at all. She knew he was looking for security for his son, but for some reason he brought him to Chicago. Like to a wasp's nest. Thinking about all that, it became clearer and clearer to Vanessa that something didn't fit, although she couldn't figure out what. Then she recalled the moment the boss woke her up in front of Cody's door. Remembering it, the young woman even felt a little embarrassed for having felt something at that moment. She must not forget the Academy's prohibition on emotional ties. There was no more time for distractions. It was clear to Vanessa that she had to find answers. She planned to remind the director about full access, and this time she expected to get it. She decided her heart must turn into an impenetrable rock for those mobsters. Absorbed in this, she didn't notice Cody immediately. He sped past on an inflatable duck and almost made her trip. The boy ran so fast that he didn't even bend properly, crashing the duck on the curves. Vanessa immediately decided to find out what had happened and where little Cody was running so fast. Meanwhile, the nanny kept calling him to stop and talk to her. In the pursuit, Vanessa reached a courtyard with a large swimming pool and several sun loungers. On one of them, the young woman saw Mr. Parvalin, who had settled comfortably in the sun. His good physique and excellent physical condition momentarily stunned her. Seeing her, Oscar explained that today was pool day and they wouldn't do anything else. Besides, he wanted to rest after the events of the previous night, when he saw an unfamiliar car near the entrance again. Oscar wasn't sleepy yet, and as he sometimes looked out the window, he saw the strange vehicle there. That car had stopped near his house for the third time this week. It didn't seem so strange to Mr. Parvalin that the mysterious observers didn't even try to hide. Meanwhile, he was drawing his own investigation board on the map, marking all the events. And a little later, his work began to bear fruit, and a clearer picture began to take shape. Looking again at the map and the marks, Oscar even considered that he had gone a bit too far. Then he went to tell his little son, who could no longer wait to spend time with him. Mr. Parvalin promised the little one that tomorrow they would definitely spend the day together. And now that they were hanging out by the pool, Vanessa still didn't understand why precisely today. The pool was always in the courtyard, and they could come to swim at any moment. And sunbathe. Then Vanessa noticed Cody, who jumped into the water from a certain height, making a cannonball. His jump created a lot of splashes, which also reached Vanessa, almost getting her wet. However, she took advantage of the fact that Oscar would spend the whole day with his son and asked for access to the system again. Vanessa opted to start with a preliminary analysis of vulnerabilities and suggestions for improvement. Regarding this, Mr. Parvalone only smiled disdainfully and stated that the girl understood nothing. He took off his sunglasses, placed them aside, and moved closer to the girl so she could hear him well. Then, Oscar repeated once more that today was their pool day and absolutely no work should be done. Then he went to the pool to cool off his body after spending some time in the sun. Vanessa still couldn't figure out what this had to do with her, since she wasn't part of his family. At that moment, the driver appeared on the threshold, and he immediately understood that the nanny was seeing such an event for the first time. The girl assumed it was something scheduled with fixed times, but Adam clarified that such days were absolutely random. Then he handed the nanny a towel, clarifying that he had brought it especially for her, and for her to join in. Meanwhile, the driver noticed that it would be hot in his uniform, so he would be better off changing. Vanessa again focused her attention on Mr. Parvalone and thought she couldn't stay calm by his side now. She began to explain to the driver that she actually had a lot of work and couldn't stay there. But Adam decided to explain in more detail, adding the reason why he wouldn't cross that threshold. The thing is, whoever goes out to the pool on a day like this can no longer simply return. She still couldn't understand what strange rule this was, but that was the essence of pool day. The driver clarified that Oscar and Cody eat by the pool and also sleep there. The nanny still didn't want to participate, but at that moment Mrs. Kenneth appeared, who assumed Vanessa had accepted. Without crossing the threshold, the lady asked Vanessa to bring Mr. Parvalone coffee. Vanessa didn't want to accept and tried to pass by Adam, but he blocked her way to the exit. Realizing she wouldn't achieve anything, the nanny asked for a computer to be brought to her, but discovered that using technology was also not allowed that day. Then Cody approached, who suggested diving with him for a ring, thinking it would be fun. A little later, behind her, she heard Oscar's voice, who hinted that running away from there wouldn't be possible. The child immediately shouted that pool day was sacred, and the nanny had no choice but to change. Mr. Parvalone pointed to one of the doors, explaining that it was the changing room. A while later, dressed in her swimsuit, Vanessa understood that her plans to get answers that day had failed. She then decided to try to get along with Cody so that he wouldn't treat her so distantly. Approaching the water, she saw the boy holding 3 rings and invited her to play again. Meanwhile, Oscar, drinking coffee, watched his son's actions with interest. And the nanny. And Vanessa was ready to jump, and she would do it with a bit of effect. Instantly, her hands were already moving through the air, and she was descending rapidly towards the water. Parvalone watched with curiosity how the young woman executed her dive with precision. And a few seconds later, when the nanny submerged, she reappeared with a ring in her hand. Cody immediately asked if his father had seen everything, and he nodded. Then, the boy told the nanny that he would get the next ring before her. The next instant, they both submerged underwater, and each tried to catch the ring quickly. Upon surfacing, the boy noticed that something was definitely missing. While they were underwater, and he was focused on catching the ring, the nanny took the opportunity to take it from him. Now she was even teasing him in a childish tone, trying to play. But that only infuriated him more, although he didn't insist on separating him from the float. Soon he also joined her, lying on a sun lounger. Oscar observed that he was having a good time, while Vanessa noticed that he was very active. While the adults rested, Cody continued splashing in the water, not wanting to get out at all. Then, Oscar remembered that a while ago the girl was eager to access his security system. It seemed suspicious to him, as he decided the nanny had hidden motives for getting close to him. Upon hearing her, Vanessa stopped chewing her sandwich, as the boss had promised her full access. After listening to her, he leaned back on the sun lounger like a model and asked if that full access was enough for her. It was a joke on his part, but Vanessa, who had always known him to be serious, couldn't believe he was joking. For a moment, she even thought that her boss had been replaced, and now in front of her was a completely different person. At the door threshold, the driver Adam appeared again and asked to speak with him. Adam never bothered him before, so he immediately got up and went to find out what was happening. Vanessa even thought that after the commotion, Mr. Parvellin would simply leave. And Cody noticed it too. Adam briefly summarized the situation and advised the boss to see for himself. But Oscar couldn't leave there, since today was pool day, although afterward he heard his son's words, who also advised him to go. Mr. Parvellin even felt a little relieved to see that his son understood him and wasn't getting angry, so he agreed. Before leaving, he turned to Vanessa and asked her to take good care of the child. Soon he disappeared behind the doors, and the girl managed to notice that her boss seemed a little scared. Vanessa perfectly understood that something had happened, something bad, but she didn't know exactly what. A little later, Mr. Parvellin, following the driver, headed to one of the perimeter sectors near the entrance. As he walked, he asked Adam if he had managed to see the number of the van that had stopped in front of his house again. The driver admitted that at that moment he was in the kitchen, but he was sure that those people had been watching him for a long time. Upon arriving at the spot, Oscar saw a torn teddy bear hanging on the perimeter bars, all bloodstained. He asked Adam to check if there were any explosives or tracking devices, and to dispose of that doll afterward. Meanwhile, Vanessa noticed that the child had become sad and suggested they play submerging for the rings again. But Cody was already bored with the game, and the nanny suggested inventing something different. Vanessa decided to guess his favorite things, and if she guessed wrong, Cody could push her into the water. Although the child thought it was nonsense, the girl decided to play anyway and suggested starting with his favorite animal. Cody just looked at her curiously as the nanny assumed a thoughtful air. Then he tried to guess which animal he liked and mentioned the giraffe. But it wasn't Cody's favorite animal, who playfully pushed her into the swimming pool. It seemed the game was pleasing the child, who now invited her to guess his favorite food. The girl was sure she knew the answer. After all, she was his nanny and couldn't be unaware of it. She mentally reviewed all the dishes the child had enthusiastically eaten and mentioned asparagus. However, Vanessa was wrong again, and Cody pushed her into the water once more, this time with more enthusiasm. The girl did a flip in the pool, pretending to be surprised by the child's push. That made him laugh even more, and he stopped hiding his childish laughter. Then he confessed to the nanny that she wasn't as bad as he had thought before. The young woman spotted Mr. Parvellin's back behind Cody and understood that he had returned for something other than continuing to swim. Seeing the nanny's look, Cody turned around and was genuinely glad his father was back, although he needed her. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvellin suggested to his son to call Adam if he still wanted to keep swimming. The girl, for her part, did not delay and got out of the water immediately, as she herself was interested in knowing the situation. She immediately asked the boss what had happened, but he didn't want to talk about it in front of his son. Removing the cloth from his neck, he threw it in the nanny's face and ordered her to appear in his office in 10 minutes. Dry. Considering the time they had given her, Vanessa understood that she wouldn't have a chance to go to her room to get ready. Meanwhile, Cody told the nanny that Adam didn't want to swim with him because he didn't like getting his hair wet. The girl found it quite interesting, and several thoughts crossed her mind about it. But then she leaned towards the child and asked him to tell her his favorite food anyway, although he didn't understand why she was interested in that. Vanessa smiled kindly and explained that she was going to prepare dinner, and she also wanted to delight the little one with a dessert. Then, Cody admitted that he loved a frozen dessert similar to snow, but that it also contained berries and nuts. The girl understood that the boy had played a trick on her, but she promised to get him that dish. And he, happy, ran to change. 10 minutes later, Vanessa was already knocking on the boss's office door, who invited her in loudly. Mr. Parvellin was sitting behind the desk, observing something on his laptop with a very serious expression. He asked the nanny to come closer and review one of the camera recordings, made approximately 1 hour before. The girl didn't even find it believable that there were cameras on the palace grounds, since she hadn't seen any. Oscar explained to her that the cameras were only outside, but she wasn't sure if he was telling the truth. However, now she had the opportunity to access the system, although she hadn't imagined it that way. Upon seeing the video, the girl understood that there was an intruder on the property. Then she saw a very disturbing sequence that genuinely terrified Vanessa. On the screen, the bloodstained teddy bear caught on the barbed wire was clearly visible. The nanny immediately identified it as a threat, and Mr. Parvalan completely agreed. He also stated that the threat was specific to Cody, although that was precisely why he was there. To protect him, Vanessa had no doubt about her skills and felt capable of resolving the situation without hesitation. She noticed that the figure on the fence was not the child's, which meant the intruders had not entered the house. They kept reviewing the other cameras, thinking someone might have filmed themselves somewhere. A little later, a muscular man appeared on the laptop screen, holding the bear. The nanny noticed something else and asked the boss to zoom in on the villain's shoulder. But even when zoomed into the maximum, the image was not very clear, so he admitted knowing a suitable program. Oscar passed her the laptop, and she took it immediately, completely distracted by the drop of water running down her hair. The drop fell on Oscar's shirt, who thought the nanny hadn't dried her hair well. Vanessa paid no attention, and in a matter of minutes, she had everything ready. She zoomed in on the image one more time, and now the criminal's ink could be clearly seen. The nanny knew that such tattoos were done in Russian prisons after 2 convictions. Oscar found her knowledge incredible, but she, in turn, considered it incredible that he had managed to make enemies in just 1 month. Then she deduced that the mafia boss Parvalan was having significant problems with Russians. She also deduced that her boss had stepped on their territory without realizing it or possessed something they needed. When the nanny asked again what he had left in Chicago, he explained that he was only starting to meet people and to influence people. She, however, was not joking. But Mr. Parvalan decided it was his turn to ask questions now. He was very intrigued by how the nanny knew so much about organized crime. He began to seriously demand where she obtained knowledge that escaped her duties as a nanny. The girl choked while speaking, realizing she had revealed more than she should. And now she had to justify herself. She claimed that before accepting the job, she did research, but Oscar didn't believe her. Since barely an hour had passed, Vanessa tried to back up her words by saying that many things were public knowledge. And she had read them. Mr. Parvalan couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his fist on the table, as this was his area of work. Then he asked her again, and she confessed that they taught that at an elite academy. Oscar still didn't believe the nanny, and with every minute that passed, she seemed more suspicious. He grabbed the trembling Vanessa tightly by the shoulders and demanded she tell the truth, or he would fire her. Then he added that he would never allow a liar to protect his son. The girl understood that it was a decisive moment, and she had to tell her boss something. Oscar must not find out that she was actually investigating her parents' murder. At that moment, Mr. Parvalan squeezed her shoulders even tighter and gave her 5 seconds to respond. Vanessa thought that at that instant she could knock him down, but that would end in her defeat, because she would be fired immediately and couldn't find answers to her questions. With a slightly trembling voice, she confessed to Oscar that she might have big problems later. He didn't understand that Vanessa was threatened by something bigger than himself and asked her to explain. The nanny admitted that she would have problems with the law, the academy, and everyone, and it would end badly for her. Mr. Parvalan still didn't believe her and supposed she belonged to some gang. Vanessa didn't expect that, and she was surprised that her boss thought something like that of her. He added that the nanny worked for a union or for competitors and had come to spy on him. And there Vanessa shouted, scared, that she was just a freelance, and Oscar understood that this girl was a mercenary. The girl noticed that her boss didn't fully understand her, tried not to laugh, and lowered her head. The nanny continued explaining that she was a freelance hacker and sometimes did illegal things. Then she added that those people are called black hackers, whose main problem is money. She continued with the character and said that due to her actions, no one was hurt. At that moment, Oscar remembered the day his son was kidnapped and the actions the nanny took to find him. He also began to explain that her job wasn't that complicated if you knew the secrets of the trade. Vanessa was not involved with criminal organizations, unions, or gangs. She only sat on darknet forums where you could find out absolutely everything about those organizations. Oscar was intrigued if his director knew about it, and the woman asked him not to tell Barbara anything. Observing the boss's expressions, Vanessa noticed that he was starting to trust her again. He promised not to say anything, but his face showed an expression that Vanessa didn't like at all. And she wasn't mistaken, as Mr. Parvillon immediately asked the nanny to find someone for him. Vanessa hoped it wouldn't be a difficult task and asked who exactly he needed. Without saying a word, Oscar took the laptop in his hand, clearly pointing to the delinquent he wanted to find. That wasn't complicated for Vanessa, but for the job, she needed a copy of the video. Oscar handed her a tablet with all the necessary files and allowed her to start. When Vanessa left, Cody remained annoyed for a while, not understanding why she wouldn't leave him in peace, while he personally took care of the son. Upon leaving the boss's office, the young woman reflected on how quickly he had trusted her. In any case, she accepted any job he offered her in exchange for her silence. Furthermore, Mr. Parvillon handed her a tablet connected to his network, as data would not be entrusted to a hacker lightly. And the nanny thought she could take another test. The girl slid her finger across the screen and unlocked it while still thinking. If she were in his place, she would have given the hacker access to the data and then verified what he would do. There she noticed a program that recorded everything she did on the tablet elsewhere. Vanessa decided not to disappoint her employer and set out to do everything to please him. For her, it was a very simple task, which she saw more as a spectacle. Meanwhile, in the south of the country, in Boss Johnny's office, he called one of his trusted employees. The employee, named Simon, seemed very agitated and claimed that some problems had arisen. First, Johnny thought the employee was referring to his clothing, but that wasn't what he was going to talk about. Although he didn't fail to mention that he would try changing the cut of his clothes slightly to something more comfortable. In reality, Johnny didn't care at all. And annoyed, he spat the seed shell into the container. Simon noticed his boss was very upset, but still had to tell him. He was already tired of looking at the trembling employee and ordered him to explain what had happened. Then, Simon admitted that the mirror program captured an unusual data entry. But Johnny asked for a simpler explanation, and he clarified that, apparently, Oscar had found his spy program. However, Johnny knew perfectly well that his nephew was not a computer expert enough to detect that program so quickly. Then, Simon added that background programs could be seen on the tablet, and Oscar could find out what he was looking for. The boss, in any case, saw no problem, as he had made it specifically for his relative. Even so, the employee feared that Oscar would accidentally delete that spy program. But Uncle Johnny was sure his nephew wouldn't do something like that, and returned to concentrating on spitting sunflower seeds. Then he tapped the can nervously on the table, although he didn't seem particularly excited. Johnny was convinced that Oscar would not interfere with his plans, whatever they might be. A short time ago, the boss had given his nephew a lesson he wouldn't easily forget. Meanwhile, Vanessa kept hitting her laptop keyboard to search for information. First, she planned to set up an EU-based facial recognition scanner, and she would expand it if necessary. She was sure that the villain's mask couldn't fool that program. And even if that person led a hidden life, sooner or later they would appear on the cameras. While the search was taking place, Vanessa decided to check on Cody, when suddenly an alert sounded indicating that a match had been found. The girl found it strange that everything had happened so quickly, but she decided to immediately verify what the computer had found. There she saw a photo of that boy twisting in different poses in front of the camera. Vanessa noticed that the villain even had his own Facebook account, and that surprised her quite a bit. The boy was not at all ashamed to record himself in front of the camera and frequently uploaded his photos and videos. Observing them, the girl seemed to have noticed something and began to investigate further. Meanwhile, Cody watched the street from the window, as he was interested in seeing what was happening. He saw Mrs. Kenneth carrying a bottle of cleaning product and a towel somewhere. At that instant, Adam unexpectedly grabbed him by the neck and explained that it wasn't good to stick his nose where it didn't belong. Cody took it as the driver wanting to threaten him, but he clarified that he had simply mentioned a saying. The boy broke free from his grip and ran, determined to investigate a case with the little duck. Meanwhile, Vanessa continued investigating the information when she heard the boss's voice behind her. Turning around, she verified that Oscar was holding a plate with food he had brought her. He clarified that she had simply missed dinner, but Vanessa was more worried about whether Cody had eaten. The boss assured her that his son was being taken care of by Mrs. Kenneth, and then noticed that Vanessa had discovered the criminal. The girl admitted that she had found him faster than expected, but noticed that something was missing in his photos. The nanny opened a photo where he appears shirtless and asked the boss to look closer. The same shoulder was visible there, and Oscar immediately noticed that the boy was missing the tattoo. Even so, he didn't understand what it meant and thought the program probably had an error. But Vanessa assured him it was him and that he didn't even have a twin brother, as she checked the hospital records. Mr. Parvillon then decided that the villain must have gotten it recently. But the nanny reminded him that he had also served 2 sentences recently. Then she mentioned that photo was 2 weeks old, and if he had gotten it recently, it would still be healing. And although Oscar insisted it wasn't him, his physical structure, from bones to muscles, coincided perfectly. Then she clarified that he was the person they were looking for, only his tattoo wasn't real. She supposed the villain knew he would be caught on the cameras. That's why he planned everything. Moreover, he turned his head, but not his shoulders, as if he wanted to show off his tattoo on purpose. Then she understood that the man was purposefully pushing him towards the gang. But that wasn't all she had found. She told him that the boy was born in Tijuana, a city in northern Mexico. Oscar understood that this was the work of a Mexican gang he had almost finished negotiating with. This depressed him greatly, and now he saw them as dishonest people he should never trust. Then he asked her to locate him, something very simple for her. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvillon was happy to have acted correctly by hiring this girl. Vanessa didn't quite understand what her boss meant and hoped he would explain in more detail. But he added nothing more, just thanked her and asked her to notify him when she was done. The girl insisted with Oscar, who admitted that he had valued her skills well, and that it was a compliment. She replied that she accepted the job only because, according to the director, he himself had insisted. Then Vanessa began to question why Oscar had chosen her, but he asked her to think about it herself. Then he stated that recently he had accused her of lying, even though he perfectly knew her capabilities. Oscar explained that his resume mainly highlighted her IT skills. The girl held her head, as somehow her boss had discovered that she was a hacker. And he forced her to admit it, as his resume specified that her skills were only for network security. Then she supposed they hired her so Oscar could expand the criminal syndicate's skills. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Cody, who suddenly burst into the room demanding explanations. The boy wanted to know what was happening, but the adults assured him that nothing bad had happened. However, the boy didn't believe it, which saddened him, and he even threw the duck on the floor. Then he asked again why Adam didn't allow him to go out, and the maid left with bleach towards the central doors. Furthermore, there are now 2 guards behind the back door of the house, instead of 1. Something that didn't happen before. Cody also noticed that these 2 were murmuring to each other and again demanded they explain everything to him. Oscar clarified that Adam was simply keeping the child clean and that the second guard was in training. Moreover, Mrs. Kenneth was always cleaning something and spoke to Vanessa again about her responsibilities. The young woman understood everything the boss said, but she didn't like how he referred to her. But Mr. Parvillon had already taken his son in his arms and added that the nanny's main responsibility was to protect him. Then Oscar turned to the nanny and asked her to confirm all his words. Said to his son. The young woman remembered Barbara's instructions. First, she had to take care of and protect the child and obey the boss. Now, no matter how much she wanted to add something, she remembered she couldn't break the contract. She also had to act if there was a threat to Cody, and now she confirmed the boss's words. Protect the child. Vanessa had to do it even if it benefited his father. Of course, she didn't fully like the current situation, but above all, she thought of Cody. And the elite nanny was willing to protect him from everything, using all her efforts. At that moment, she tried not to pay attention to Oscar perhaps taking advantage of such situations. Left alone, the young woman resumed her work and stayed in front of the laptop until very late. When everything was ready, she went to the boss's office and knocked softly on the door. She didn't have to wait long, as he opened immediately and asked what she had found. The nanny reported that all the places where that delinquent was seen were not related to his house or legitimate company. Mr. Parvalon found this quite convenient, and it was clear he already had something in mind. However, he also understood that after all, the Mexicans would have more concerns and forget about his family. Oscar approached his investigation board, although the nanny preferred not to know the details. After making a few more marks on the map, the boss asked if the woman had anything else to tell him. Vanessa wanted to coordinate drawing lessons for Cody with him for the next day. She believed the boy had talent and needed to develop, so Oscar decided to send Adam with them. He previously thought they would travel by train, but Mr. Parvalone insisted on his decision. Then the nanny left, and her boss noticed that she was starting to treat him again. Even so, he needed that woman and didn't focus on her changing behavior. Moreover, he must not be distracted from his main mission, so he marked more points on the map. The next morning, Vanessa went to the kitchen to cut an apple for her little pupil. A little later, Mr. Parvalon appeared, who wanted to ask Mrs. Kenneth to prepare coffee for him. But he didn't find her there. Instead, Vanessa was in the kitchen and decided to prepare a drink for herself. While preparing, she decided to mention that very interesting news had circulated on the network today. During the night, weapon caches were discovered in Mexico, and they lost almost $1 million in merchandise. Oscar smiled mysteriously, having previously thought that the girl was not interested in such things. But then he hurried to calm the nanny, assuring her that it was not his doing and that he had nothing to do with it. Realizing that Vanessa didn't believe him, he explained that he didn't have enough people to do something like that. The girl understood that it sounded credible, although certain doubts still lingered. Then, while drinking the already prepared coffee, Oscar confessed that he had Ivanov's grandmother's number. That confession surprised Vanessa, as that old lady had a very good reputation. Ivanova was not just a grandmother. She controls all the group's organizations in Western Europe. Then, Mr. Parvalon also informed the nanny that the Russians have great respect for their tattoos. After finishing his coffee, Oscar left the kitchen wishing good luck with the drawing class. Left alone, Vanessa reflected on the fact that this man had more connections than she imagined. After some time, the nanny had already arrived at the building with Cody, although the boy saw no point in it. He thought they could paint at home, but the young woman hoped he would find new friends there. Cody believed he didn't need friends, but Vanessa insisted they at least try. Soon they were surrounded by people who only admired the boy's suit. About the girl, they thought, because of her uniform, that she was from Great Britain and that she had surely been sent especially. Meanwhile, Vanessa advised the boy to be kind to everyone, although he believed the world would not thank him for it. At that moment, the girl even thought that her act condemned the innocents to meet him. As soon as Cody mingled with the children, they immediately started asking who he was, and if he had gone to church or a party. The boy deduced that the children had thought that because of his attire, although not every suit is just for parties. Then he proudly stated that he wore the suit so as not to tarnish the honor of the Parvalon family. Then another boy named Clark arrived and asked the others not to bother the new kid. He himself offered him an apron that he should use so as not to stain his clothes. Cody carefully examined little Clark's clothing and thought his father was a sailor. He objected and replied that his dad was a dentist and one of the best. Then, Cody asked how this boy supported his father's initiatives. He, without hesitation, showed his smile and confessed that he loved brushing his teeth. At that moment, the teacher addressed the children and proposed that they draw something for their parents. After class, Cody met the nanny again, who immediately began to be interested in how his first class went. The boy only mumbled discontentedly that he would have to come back here next week. He explained that Clark needed to improve working with shadows, and he suspected he was colorblind. In the car, the driver began to interrogate the boy about what he had drawn. But Cody hadn't made that drawing for him today. Then, Adam hoped the boy would create some masterpiece for him next week. Then he decided to share with the boy that he really liked it when it was done in mosaic. Suddenly, the driver fell silent as he noticed something wrong in the rearview mirror. Vanessa noticed it and insistently asked him what he had seen behind them. Without giving many details, Adam only asked the passengers to hold on tight. Then he pressed the accelerator hard, causing Vanessa and Cody to slam against the back of the rear seat. The woman asked Adam to explain, but he wanted to make sure first that he hadn't been mistaken in his suspicions. Then the nanny looked out the car window, which was probably following them. The driver understood that his sudden maneuver had not caused the pursuers to fall behind. And he began to plan the next action. He had to get away from those people at all costs and protect Cody. He made several more maneuvers, but the dark car didn't move away at all, and the nanny became increasingly worried. Fortunately, there were very few cars on the road, and Adam, accelerating, began to drive down it at full speed. He also planned to quickly drop off the passengers and then distract the pursuers. Cody wanted to know why they couldn't go with Dad, but Adam understood that it was not advisable for those people to reach the mansion. Vanessa thought that if the shooting started, the boy could get caught in the crossfire. So the nanny unbuckled her seatbelt and asked Cody to get ready. He understood that she was going to jump out of the moving car again, but she assured him that Adam would slow down. The driver made a sharp turn in an alley curve where there was a suitable place to leave them. The nanny, without hesitation, jumped out of the car instantly, holding the child firmly. The young woman hid behind a corner, hoping the pursuing car wouldn't see them. A little later, the car appeared and drove past without even slowing down to look there. Cody thought they were safe now and sighed with relief, while the nanny poked her head out to check the situation. The boy wanted to tell her something, but the young woman covered his mouth with her hand so he wouldn't make noise. A dark car appeared again in the alley where they were hiding, and the nanny noticed it was another car. But she also understood that this car was looking for them, and she feared that the first ones had seen her jump. However, the second car drove past and also didn't see the young woman and the boy hiding behind the corner. Vanessa also sighed with relief at that moment, as they hadn't been discovered after all. Then she released Cody's mouth, and he wondered who it had been, but the nanny didn't know. Although, considering the whole situation, Vanessa suspected who might have been chasing them. Then she took the boy's hand and proposed returning home, mapping out a safe route at the same time. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvalone was giving instructions to the guards on how and what they should do now. Soon he noticed that, near the house, the nanny and her son were approaching on foot. The boy, seeing his dad, ran towards him, pushing Vanessa and without saying a word. Oscar noticed that his son was a little scared, and hugging him, asked if he was all right. Adam managed to make contact a little earlier and told the boss everything, but he wanted to know what happened next. The girl admitted there was a second car, but they managed to hide, and there were no further problems on the way. Cody, however, expressed that they had seen the neighbor's lawn, full of garden gnomes. Something he considered terrible. Oscar understood that this scared the boy more than the chase, and sent him into the house to change. Vanessa approached the boss, stating that this time everything was real, as he had made enemies. The young woman noticed that Oscar felt guilty, although he didn't admit it. Mr. Parvalone decided to reinforce security, while the nanny, for her part, planned to cancel the drawing lessons. All the girl could do at that moment was minimize the damage, as what was done could no longer be undone. Cody returned with them, completely forgetting something he was supposed to give his father. The boy had drawn a picture for him, and he simply couldn't not deliver his work. Cody's mother was drawn there, and Oscar noticed that the picture was very beautiful and very similar to his wife. Then, the boy turned to the nanny and promised that next week he would draw her. The girl wanted to explain to the little one that she couldn't go to his classes next week. But Oscar, at that moment, put his hand on her shoulder, indicating that she shouldn't talk about it. Mr. Parvalone himself wanted to hang the picture in his office, and Cody decided to find a frame for it. When the boy left again, Oscar turned to the nanny and ordered her not to cancel the classes, but to stay with his son. Of course, the girl couldn't contradict him, although she wanted to, as she longed for the child's safety. Then she went to her chores, and Mr. Parvalone set out to make a phone call. He dialed his uncle's number. He waited for an answer on the other end of the line and prepared to speak. The nephew's call without prior notice seemed a bit unexpected to Johnny. But he needed help. He asked his uncle to send him Nick and Anna, although they had previously agreed on a minimum number of people. Oscar explained that the situation in the city was heating up, and that those two now really were necessary to him. Johnny understood that it concerned conflicts between Russians and Mexicans, and hoped his nephew was not involved. But Oscar assured him that he doesn't get into those things, only that the group's actions make him uneasy. And he needs more people. In response, Johnny offered his nephew a doctor, but he didn't have any dirty work for her. Moreover, he thought the doctor herself would find something to do, and there was no need for her to be there. So the uncle agreed. But Nick and Anna still had pending matters and couldn't arrive until next week. After agreeing, Johnny didn't forget to ask about Cody. After the conversation, Oscar thought that his uncle knew about the chase. And at the same time, he thought about the Mexicans. Then he saw the driver arrive panting, and was informed that he had escaped from those people. He also asked the boss about Cody, and he recounted that they were safe and at home. Oscar thanked the driver for doing his job well, but he was just fulfilling his duty. Adam suggested that Vanessa should be thanked, as she was a champion at jumping out of cars. The driver thought the boss was lucky with her, despite where he found her. Mr. Parvalone considered that luck had nothing to do with it. So he trusted his instinct. Looking towards the house window, Oscar noticed that the nanny was there and was also watching him. Near night, Vanessa settled on the bed with a tablet and found something else. There were no files on Oscar's network older than a couple of months. Nor was there any mention of a fire in his family, and she understood that the data could be deleted periodically. Now she saw little point in accessing the network. But then she decided that, in any case, that organization must store its data somewhere. Perhaps the data wasn't stored locally, and she started touching the screen with her finger again. Later, Vanessa remembered the mirror program and decided that through it she could try to access the data. She knew perfectly well that if the data wasn't on the network, it meant it was being sent somewhere else for storage. And she returned to employing her hacker skills to find out where that data was going. After a while of hard work, Vanessa finally managed to discover something. She found a larger network, with strong firewalls and fake IP addresses. But it seemed Oscar didn't have access to it. However, she decided to find out who was behind it and who was collecting the data through the mirror program. She decided to start by preparing a small gift for those mysterious collectors. A week later, Vanessa returned with Cody to drawing classes and asked him to behave properly. But the boy refused, saying he couldn't behave well because he considered himself simply magnificent. She had noticed his unwavering confidence for a long time, but she hoped he wouldn't mess up. Upon entering the class, she immediately threw the apron to Clark so as not to stain his clothes. Now Cody noticed that this boy wore a gardener's suit, and he explained that his mom was the one who chose the clothes. Then a man with a mustache entered the classroom holding a paintbrush and asked the children to introduce themselves. At that moment, another nanny asked Vanessa how long she had been working, and found out it was barely 2 weeks. That surprised the asker very much, as the young woman in uniform looked very professional. Olivia, the nanny named so, had been with the same family for 8 months, but the child she cared for continued to hate her. After drawing, Olivia had to take him to piano lessons and then to tennis. And the boy cried throughout the entire trip. The girl under her care also didn't want to do Latin homework and only ate yellow food. Moreover, the girl always called Olivia by the previous nanny's name. And Vanessa understood how difficult it was for her. However, she herself faced her own complications, like running and hiding from pursuers. Despite that, Vanessa also saw good moments in her job and always tried to stay cheerful. Suddenly, and without warning, the glass of the classroom window they were in shattered into 1,000 pieces. The fragments flew everywhere, and some lodged in Vanessa's face. But she was more worried about Cody. Without thinking twice, she ran towards the classroom and saw that a man was already holding the baby in his arms and threatening the rest with a gun. The other children were terribly frightened and started crying immediately, as they were too young for something like that. Vanessa was not discouraged and began to accelerate to take down the villain who dared to do that with a single blow. But noticing the nanny approaching, he ordered her to stay where she was. Otherwise, the child would suffer. The young woman stopped, but still asked him to let Cody go so it wouldn't hurt so much. The boy himself screamed towards the nanny, hysterical, understanding that she too could suffer. She noticed something, and immediately a shot was heard, followed by blood flowing from Vanessa's hand. It was Olivia, who decided to solve it on her own and eliminate the professional nanny from the way. Then she shot again, and this time Vanessa fell to the floor, stopping all movement. The man with the child wanted to flee quickly while Cody screamed at the nanny, thinking she had died. Olivia caught up with the malefactor and suggested retreating so the family driver wouldn't see anything. At that moment, Vanessa began to regain consciousness, although she noticed her head was spinning. Getting up, she walked unsteadily down the hall, leaning against the wall, and tried to locate Cody. Adam appeared, who had heard the gunshots and managed to support her before she collapsed. She asked about Cody, and noticing the nanny was injured, he decided to stop the bleeding first. Vanessa considered it a superficial wound. Then she took out her phone, whose signal marked the child's location. At that moment, he was underground, near the river, and the driver suggested immediately sending the geolocation to Mr. Parvalone. Meanwhile, Adam was bandaging the nanny's hand, but she suddenly refused to wait for her boss to arrive. She decided to immediately go look for Cody, asking Adam to catch up with her later. The driver insisted she wait, but she was already running towards the nearby tunnel. Furthermore, Vanessa knew she would get there faster on foot because she couldn't wait to find Cody. A little later, she reached the corresponding tunnel, but the great doors blocked her way. Moreover, they were locked with an old, rusted, and heavy padlock, which further complicated the situation. But the girl decided to test how much strength she had and immediately hit the padlock with her foot. Fortunately, it was so rusty that it broke on the first hit, and Vanessa entered. She was almost there and wanted to finish quickly, but everything remained blurry before her eyes. Moving a little further, she saw the boy tied up with rope, who immediately warned her of the danger. The man who had kidnapped the child immediately appeared, and again brandished the gun in front of the girl's face. But she decided to use her skills without wasting time and immediately grabbed his hand. Then she squeezed harder with one hand and pressed her fist firmly with the other to snatch the weapon. Now she was threatening the bandit with the weapon, and ordered him to stay still or he would die there. Suddenly she heard Olivia's voice, who claimed that phrase was hers. Vanessa immediately turned towards her, but the bandit warned her not to do anything silly, or the child could get hurt. And the girl began to ask who they were and what they wanted, but Cody screamed that it was a Mexican gang. The boy was also sure that these men wanted revenge on his father for being the best mobster. Olivia revealed that Oscar decided to take control of their businesses in this area. But the boy screamed again that they were only opening a store and ordered the bandits to stay away. Then his father's voice was heard, who considered it an excellent speech, and everyone turned towards Oscar. He didn't come alone. Next to him were Nick and Anna, and now they decided to handle everything themselves. Vanessa hadn't seen them before and asked Mr. Parvalone who they were. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that these men seemed professional and knew their job very well. Anna softly criticized them for getting into trouble on the first day and prepared to fight. Nick recognized Cody, his favorite little mobster, and threw a few affectionate words at him. Mr. Parvalone expressed that he had greatly missed those two and their habits. And character. The villains started shouting for them to return to the south, as this city was already occupied. But Oscar doubted that, considering they hadn't even been able to secure their weapon warehouses. Vanessa watched them and noticed that her boss was trying to anger the bandits. Olivia added that, although the gang was now with Oscar, sooner or later they would change their minds. Cody just screamed again that they would do whatever they wanted, and that bandit would see what happened to her enemies. Then Olivia tried to threaten the child, but Vanessa immediately intervened, stating that she wouldn't do anything. She understood that they had no intention of shooting to kill. Otherwise, they would have killed her as soon as she entered. Then Vanessa realized that this place was their main base, and they hadn't expected her to discover it so quickly. But after losing so many hiding places, it wouldn't be convenient for them to start a shootout there either, as the police would identify them immediately. Meanwhile, Nick and Anna whispered about how smart Vanessa was. Moreover, Oscar had already told them about her. The bandit Olivia, however, was not going to tolerate this attitude any longer and ordered the nanny to shut up. For his part, Mr. Parvalone, who was watching the conversation, decided to make a proposal. He suggested not resorting to guns and solving it like civilized mobsters. Nick noticed that it was only 4 against 8. Moreover, they had an injured nanny. Anna even called it cowardice. But Olivia didn't want to be ridiculed and asked them to put down their weapons first. Vanessa thought that in this situation it was better to act this way, as she didn't want them to hurt Cody. Mr. Parvalone put his gun back in its holster, engaging the safety. The bandit who had kidnapped the child was sure he could defeat these people by hand. Instantly, Olivia ordered the rest to take down this group quickly, and they immediately launched into the fight. At that moment, Vanessa, who wanted to protect Cody from danger, grabbed him again and threw him to the side. While keeping the child under her protection, the others had already begun a merciless fight. Mr. Parvalone and Anna defended themselves quite well from the first blow, not giving their opponents a single chance. Nick didn't lag behind either and skillfully applied techniques against the bandit Olivia. At that moment, one of the Mexican base members headed towards Vanessa, and she prepared to defend herself despite her injury. As soon as he approached, the young woman dealt him a strong kick with her leg, and the guy fell to the floor immediately. But she understood it wasn't enough, so with all her momentum, she placed her foot on the bandit, crushing him harder against the floor. Meanwhile, Oscar, along with his assistants, continued to face the remaining bandits, who turned out to be quite strong. The nanny decided it was safer to take the child out of there and immediately placed him on her back, right in front of her nose, past another bandit who had been well treated by Nick. Before Vanessa reached the exit, all members of the Mexican gang lay immobilized on the floor. Cody immediately jumped off and ran to his father, not stopping praising him for handling it so quickly. At that moment, Nick approached Vanessa and observed that, as a nanny, she fought quite well. Anna noticed that the woman reminded her of someone with great strength, but she couldn't remember who. And she asked if Vanessa had been to Buffalo. The woman tried to answer something, but at that moment she began to fall to the floor, and Nick barely managed to catch her in time. He understood that the girl had lost a lot of blood, while Oscar ordered the bandits to be taken to the stable. Leaving that task to the assistants, he picked her up in his arms and insisted on taking her to the car himself. He really wanted this girl to rest, as he saw that she had done more than enough. The nanny was truly exhausted and couldn't resist the boss's request. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that she was in bed with her arm and head bandaged. Her entire body ached. And Nick, who appeared, explained that Anna had stitched her wound. But she wasn't a doctor. The girl didn't understand who Anna was, and he explained that she was his partner. And then he introduced himself. He also already knew well whose Vanessa was, the one who flies cars and takes bullets. The girl considered it just her job like his, but Nick doubted they were the same. However, he visited her to warn her that she needed to rest for at least one day. Vanessa was still worried about Cody, but now he was watching television with his father. When Nick left, she understood that Oscar had decided to reinforce security. And apparently he knew those guys well. The nanny also worried a little about resting, but decided not to waste time. With the tablet, she tried again to use the mirror program to find the entire database. Soon she discovered a complete network of devices, security cameras, personal computers, and so on. There were also dozens of accounts, but finally she managed to find the main complex in the south. But the girl was still interested in knowing where they stored their data, and she understood that it could be a remote file. Then, Vanessa entered the city of Albuquerque in the search bar and continued reviewing information. Almost immediately, she saw that in that file there were more than 200 files with different things. It was information about races, jewelry, and gambling, among other similar things. Transaction records spanning several decades were stored in those files, and Vanessa reached a conclusion. Analyzing all this, the girl understood that her parents were also mobsters. And that didn't make her happy. Of course, she suspected that her parents were criminals who were apparently laundering money. They moved cash through casinos and races and sent jewelry to the black market. But then, at some point, all their affairs got out of control, and that brought tragic consequences. Then, Vanessa decided to limit the search to find the information she needed faster. But suddenly, the screen turned off, and a warning signal appeared instead of the image. The girl understood that someone had disconnected her from the network, but she didn't know who or why. She also thought it could be hacking and decided to seriously address Oscar's cybersecurity. At that moment, in Albuquerque, a young man surrounded by several monitors considered his hacking attempt a good effort. It was Simon, who was now wondering what the intruder was looking for and how he had entered his house. The thief Vanessa, after finishing her work and meeting Julia, asked where Oscar's new people were. She reported that they were in the kitchen, and Nick and Anna were just discussing their next plans. When the nanny entered, Anna was a little surprised that she had gotten up so early, despite her injury. But she was very eager to thank them, as without their intervention, Cody could have suffered greatly. The nanny also thanked them for their support, but Anna assured them that they were there precisely for that. Nick also confessed that they had been deciding how to avoid similar situations in the future. Vanessa recognized her mistake in returning to drawing classes, as it was clear they could be followed. That's why they expected an ambush there, which saddened her a little, and the nanny didn't want to remain predictable. But Anna hurried to reassure her, reminding her that it was Mr. Parvalone himself who decided to continue with the classes. And Nick added that now that they were there, it was no longer Vanessa's job to cover him. Afterward, the girl became interested in knowing how long those two had been working for Mr. Parvalone. Anna immediately shared that they had been with him on the same team before he became the boss's right-hand man. The boy added that Oscar appointed them as his representatives before sending him to Chicago. Vanessa was a little surprised when they told her that Mr. Parvalone had only been named vice president the previous year. Vanessa recalled that during that period, his wife disappeared, and then he was immediately named deputy director. The nanny considered it a rather strange set of circumstances. But Anna advised not to mention it to anyone else. Observing her reaction, Vanessa understood that they were hiding something from her. Then she started asking them why the deputy director led such a small team. But she didn't finish her question because she noticed something in the closet. She approached the slightly open door and understood that it wasn't closed completely by chance. She changed the subject instantly and apologized to Anna and Nick for her absurd thoughts. Then she admitted that she still had to prepare cooked eggplants for Cody's breakfast. From the closet, a childish discontent about such a dish was immediately heard. Realizing she wasn't mistaken, Vanessa immediately opened the closet door and greeted the child. Cody was sitting squeezed between the dishes and understood that his spying plan had been discovered. He lost his balance and fell out of the closet, while Anna decided it was time for her to go about her business. Only Nick, before leaving, decided to smile mockingly at the child for his bad luck in the situation. When Vanessa and Cody were left alone, she immediately explained that listening to others' conversations was inappropriate. But the boy began to demonstrate that he already knew what they were talking about, which surprised the young woman a little. Then Cody admitted that last year, some bad guys came and took his mother away. And the boy's father decided to become an assistant, to be stronger, find her, and save her. Both the child and his father missed Mrs. Parvalan, and Oscar simply couldn't trust the police to search for her. But no matter how much he tried, all his searches failed, and that affected him greatly. Cody also said that the father and his men only managed to recover his ring. And then he started crying. The girl felt very sorry for the child. She hugged him and advised him to cry a little to feel better. But Cody thought he was a man already, and men shouldn't cry, so he wiped away his tears and calmed down. Moreover, Mr. Parvalone told his son that they wanted to take him away too. But the nanny promised that it wouldn't happen. But the boy doubted it, as Vanessa didn't know those people and wouldn't be able to stop them. Seeing that bad things happen to them frequently, Cody decided that he had to be worse than those things. Vanessa was surprised to hear such reasoning from a small child, understanding how difficult it was for him. Cody also hoped that one day he would become the boss's right-hand man and find those who took his mother away. He also wished to do to those people so that they would never dare to take anyone's mother away again. At that moment, Vanessa remembered that one night, Mr. Parvalone had started talking about a goal for Cody. But then, Oscar didn't finish that talk, and now the girl was beginning to realize what he meant by that. Vanessa perfectly understood that it would be much more difficult than she could imagine. Meanwhile, in Albuquerque, Simon, realizing the attack on the systems, was thinking about how to solve the situation. He went to the doctor's room and knocked on the door, hoping she was there. Banda was indeed at home, and soon opened up to her visitor, immediately asking him why he had come. However, Simon needed the boss, and he suspected he would be in the doctor's office. She suggested he come in to see if the boss was there, but he preferred not to see the scene that would make him sick. Then Johnny appeared at the door and asked what was wrong that he now had to leave his work. Simon immediately reported that someone had hacked their encrypted servers, and it seemed to be one of their own. The boss pointed out that Simon's job was to prevent that, and he replied that he had already cut the network. Then he added that his network was impenetrable, but data was still being extracted from the files. The employee checked the logs and the Chicago package, which for some reason was larger than usual. Simon supposed someone was trying to inject a malicious file into them, but the boss asked him to speak more clearly. Then he explained that someone had manipulated the mirror program and hacked them. He also showed that the programs in the Chicago branch were updating faster than he could follow them. Moreover, many security tools appeared there, as if trying to hide something. Johnny thought it was suspicious that Oscar had decided to recall his men right at that moment. Then, the boss decided that his nephew had relaxed a bit and needed a reminder of who was keeping him under control. It immediately occurred to Johnny what plans he had regarding Oscar. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvalon was talking with Anna in his office about pending matters. She was interested in several acquaintances in the city and promised to ask them, hoping to get a clue. At that moment, Oscar's phone vibrated in his pocket, and he saw it was a call from his uncle. Oscar politely asked Anna to leave, as the call was of utmost importance. Left alone, Oscar answered and immediately asked what had made him call with such urgency. His uncle informed him, without beating around the bush, about a new mission, and planned to send him the instructions instantly. Oscar opened the message on his tablet, but decided to reject it, as it was not his responsibility. However, Johnny assured him that he was mistaken, and that the right person was exactly in the north of the country. Furthermore, the uncle was sure that this task was for Oscar. And then he asked why he was reinforcing his security. Johnny suspected his nephew wanted to create a new base, but he denied this, and also that he needed Nick and Anna for that. So, the uncle directly warned Oscar that someone had updated his internal network without permission. The boss insinuated that his nephew was snooping in his data, and he understood that Vanessa was involved. But Uncle Oscar only explained that he had a new specialist and probably went a bit too far. But he will solve everything. Afterward, Johnny reminded his nephew that he couldn't hide from him and assigned him a new priority task. The next day, Cody got a little bored because his dad ordered him to stay home until the nanny felt better. The girl didn't want the boy to get bored and suggested playing something, except swimming. Cody asked what games she had in mind, and Vanessa started listing several, including hide-and-seek and riddles. But all the mentioned games seemed boring and bland to him, so he lay back down on the sofa. Then, suddenly, he stood up and exclaimed happily that he had decided what to play, and proposed a game of spies. Vanessa tried to guess if he intended to spy on his dad, but the boy pointed to the guards in the garden. They had just finished something there, but Cody was sure those guys were plotting something. And he took the nanny with him towards the window. Outside, several workers were running with planks and shovels, and nothing indicated they were doing anything suspicious. But the boy was convinced of his theory, and hoped the nanny also wanted to find out what the employees were doing. Vanessa agreed, and Cody was happy, adding that for the game they would need ninja masks. A little later, with balaclavas on their heads, they crawled down the hallway trying to walk very quietly. And hidden. Suddenly, Mrs. Kenneth passed by and promised them that no one would find their bodies if she found out they had been in her room. Then, the nanny and the boy approached the window, and Cody saw a pile of branches. As if the workers were building something. Vanessa scanned the initial structure and suspected it might be a garden tool shed. But there is a separate room in the garage for inventory. And now Cody was deeply thoughtful, wondering why they also needed a shed. She also believed that hiring a team of elite guards was absolutely unnecessary for the construction. And suddenly, Anna appeared behind them in a bikini and suggested Cody swim with her. He was very happy with the proposal and immediately ran to change into his swimsuit. Vanessa, noticing Anna's inquisitive look, tried to explain that she was just playing with Cody. But she, in response, only advised the nanny not to meddle in that or ask unnecessary questions. Then, Anna notified the nanny that Oscar wanted to see her and that she would take care of the child for now. She decided not to keep Mr. Parvalan waiting and soon knocked on his office door. He opened it immediately and invited her in, seeming too kind. First of all, Oscar asked how her shoulder was, and she replied that everything was fine, and that the bullet hadn't grazed the bone. Then, the boss thanked her for keeping her promise to protect Cody, even at the cost of her own life. But she actually did it instinctively and without thinking, as first and foremost. Cody was just a child. Then, Vanessa realized that the conversation was taking on an everyday tone and asked what the boss wanted from her. Oscar did not hesitate and asked the young woman to find another person for him, something very important to him. Vanessa instantly imagined that a new threat had arisen and looked out the window at Cody in the pool. But Mr. Parvalan was not referring to his son. This time he needed to find someone, and he handed the nanny a photograph. Looking at the face of the person in the photo, Vanessa noticed a certain resemblance to Oscar. It was his cousin, and Mr. Parvalan supposed he was in danger. And he added that this matter had nothing to do with Cody. Now he asked the nanny for a favor, although she had sworn at one point not to help unless it concerned the boy. But seeing the boss's expression, she noticed that he was suffering genuinely, and Vanessa decided to accept because it might help someone. And she pointed out that she would only do it once. But that was enough for him, and quite courteously, he immediately thanked the girl. A short while later, Vanessa worked with Cody again, and this time they conducted chemical experiments. And they created a small volcano. Cody wanted to know why it exploded, and the nanny explained that it was possible with the right combination of reagents. Cody noticed that it reminded him of Nick and Anna, who were also quite explosive. Nick arrived with Oscar and added that it was dangerous even without his partner. Mr. Parvalone was about to leave, but first needed to speak with Vanessa. The girl instantly understood what the boss wanted to ask her and took off her latex gloves. She took a small piece of paper from her pocket and gave it to Oscar, pointing out that the information he needed was there. The girl also added that this person is currently in San Luis, so the boss thanked her. He immediately ordered Nick to get ready, as they had to leave in 10 minutes. Afterward, Oscar leaned towards his son and promised that by the time he woke up in the morning, he would already be back. The boy asked what was so special about San Luis, but his father mentioned nothing remarkable. He just asked him not to blow up the house. Cody joked that maybe the kitchen, but that should be discussed with Mrs. Kenneth. And the father also asked him not to enter the garden while construction was underway. At that moment, Vanessa looked out the window and saw that, although the shed looked finished from the outside, work was still being done inside. She saw them removing a lot of dirt from there and suspected that perhaps it was for a very deep base. Moreover, Vanessa understood that she probably wouldn't manage to understand what was happening in that house. Then she noticed that Cody was about to pour the reagent into the volcano and shouted at him to put on his safety goggles. At night, Mr. Parvalan's car had already arrived in San Luis, and they soon met at the indicated location. Nick supposed that person should be right there now if he followed his usual routine. But Oscar was sure, although Nick asked the boss to be careful as he still didn't fully trust Vanessa. A little later, indeed, the vehicle they expected arrived in the parking lot where they had stopped. Adam turned to the boss and confidently stated that it was definitely that person. Then he asked about future actions. But Mr. Parvalan simply calmly ordered the driver to open the trunk. And he prepared himself. After 45 seconds, Oscar was already greeting Richard, his cousin, surprised because he didn't understand how they had found him. The boss explained that you can't hide from family, and then, together with Nick, he captured him. Richard begged them to let him go and not hurt him, and also that he never wanted anything to do with the Parvalans. But Oscar paid him no mind, just put him in the trunk, even though Richard insisted it wasn't too late to let him go. But Mr. Parvalan really couldn't do it. Even if he had wanted to, he was only following orders. Crouching over the closed trunk, Oscar paused for a moment, wondering if he was acting correctly with his relative. His thoughts were interrupted by Nick, who asked him to hurry, as someone might have seen them. And they didn't need additional complications. Mr. Parvalan stood by the trunk a little longer, thinking about what would happen next, and finally concluded that it was time to leave, although he only wanted to fulfill the promise he made to his son. Several more hours passed before Mr. Parvalan's car approached his mansion again. Meanwhile, Vanessa still hadn't gone to bed. As usual, she had been staring at the laptop screen and heard a car approaching. Peeking out the window, she realized that this time the driver didn't let Oscar out in front of the main door. As always. Meanwhile, Adam and Nick had already pulled Richard out, wrapped in a blanket and struggling from the trunk, and were about to hide him. It was quite dark on the street, and she could only make out a bundle they were carrying towards the shed. The driver still found it strange that Mr. Parvalan was happy to have the kidnapped man in his own backyard. Vanessa tried to understand why they were acting like this so late. She thought at first that they were just working. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder and was so startled that she even jumped. Immediately, the nanny's reflex activated. She turned around forcefully, grabbed the hand on her shoulder, and tried to twist it. At that very instant, the girl saw that Mr. Parvalan was standing in front of her, whom she called only by his name without realizing it. However, she apologized, and he began to ask her why she was there. And she explained that she had decided to check something because she heard a suspicious noise. But Oscar noticed that the only suspicious thing in the situation was herself. Although his tone softened, he suggested that it was only because, for some reason, the girl didn't feel like sleeping. Vanessa immediately apologized, as she didn't want to worry him, and asked permission to return to her bed. She understood that she could fall out of the boss's favor, but he simply let her go and wished her a good night. Closing the door behind her, she leaned against it with her hands and quietly bid farewell to that disobedient little one. Because sometimes Oscar got too close. However, she calmed down a bit and, lying down, remembered his wish for her to sleep peacefully. But now, even if she wanted to, she couldn't fall asleep until she understood what was going on. The next day, Vanessa tidied up Cody's room a bit and collected his drawing supplies. Then, with that box, she went to look for the boy to offer to draw again. In the hallway, the nanny met a stranger who noticed that her bandaged arm was uncomfortable and offered her help. While Vanessa observed the visitor, she also recognized that she had come to see another patient. At first, the nanny decided that the doctor had come for her hand, although Oscar hadn't told her anything about it. Banda smiled disdainfully and explained that Vanessa had misunderstood her and that she actually came to see another patient. She even looked at the nanny in such a way that something threatening was reflected in her eyes. And warning. However, Vanessa decided first to inform her employer of her arrival before letting her in. But then Anna appeared, as if she had been waiting for her, and declared that she would resolve this matter herself. Then the girls greeted each other, and the nanny understood that they already knew each other well. Anna approached Vanessa and asked her to go visit the child, assuring her that everything was under control. Meanwhile, Mr. Parvalone continued to reflect in his office, looking at the prepared syringe. The door opened immediately, and Nick reported to the boss that the eagerly awaited guest had arrived and was waiting for her. This news cheered Oscar up a bit, as he didn't want to wait any longer and decided it was time to move to the next step. Anna suggested she follow him and led her through the entire house to get the key to the master's shed. Approaching the door, a member of his group started knocking and immediately announced that the doctor had arrived. In a nearby room, Vanessa heard someone in the hallway trying to call her boss. She decided to find out what was happening and carefully looked through the door, seeing Anna next to the visitor. Noticing the nanny's behavior, Cody also decided to find out what was going on. But Vanessa didn't let him out. When the young woman closed the door again, the boy became intrigued as to why Anna couldn't enter his father's office. Which should be there? Vanessa thought there was some truth to the boy's words and understood that these people were plotting something. Cody began to struggle against the door again, eager to check the situation. But the nanny didn't let him pass, supposing he could cause trouble. At that moment, the young woman also remembered Anna's words, when she advised her to go do something with the child. Now Vanessa understood that in that way, Anna was trying to hint that she should step away from all that. To distract the child, the nanny suggested making a nice card for his dad, since the next day was his birthday. Anna, for her part, couldn't get the message to the boss, because at that moment, he had gone down to the shed and had asked Nick to give a signal if someone appeared. Nick, however, wanted to help, as he had to protect the boss, but Oscar didn't want his subordinate to get involved in all that. Mr. Parvalon perfectly understood that not even he could protect himself. Upon entering, Oscar found himself in a dimly lit room where there was nothing but a single door. That door concealed a compartment of the shed further below, underground, like a hiding place. Then Mr. Parvalon began to descend, turning on a single light bulb to illuminate the path. Down there sat Roger, tied up, his mouth sealed with adhesive tape. And upon seeing his cousin, he tried to say something. However, due to the tape, only an incoherent babble came out, and Oscar didn't want to hear anything right now from his cousin either. He just moved closer to the prisoner and apologized for how things ended. Approaching Roger from behind, Mr. Parvalon added that in this situation, no one could escape. Not even his cousin. Then he leaned close to Roger's ear and asked him to be grateful for what he was about to do to him. It's Oscar's cousin's turn to pay, as he doesn't have a family that can be punished for his mistakes. The boss prepared a syringe, and at that moment, he heard Nick shouting exaggeratedly from above to the doctor that they were already waiting for her downstairs. Mr. Parvalone waited no longer and immediately plunged the needle into the prisoner's neck. Pressing the plunger, Roger could no longer resist anything, and all that was left for him was to accept his future destiny. At that instant, the doctor's legs appeared coming down the stairs. But Oscar had already finished his work and put the syringe in his pocket. Upon entering, Wanda supposed that Mr. Parvalon was already expecting the actions he had planned to apply to the prisoner. Then she covered her hair with a scarf so as not to stain it with blood and prepared for the pending task. In front of her was a complete set of torture instruments, which were her work tools. But Oscar didn't want to see all that and hastily retreated, explaining that he didn't want to get in her way. After preparing special scissors, Wanda approached the prisoner and, almost in a whisper, asked him to sing the song she needed. The very next instant, a muffled scream from Roger reached them from the hidden compartment of the shed. And it was not pleasant for Oscar to hear. Upon exiting, he kept thinking whether he had acted correctly, but he hoped the injection would take effect. Nick and Anna were waiting for him by the shed and advised the boss to keep the mansion employees away from all this. But Mr. Parvalan assured them that the doctor would solve it quickly, although they thought the boss was mistaken. However, Anna noticed the man's expression and began to understand that he had already done something with the prisoner. At that moment, Wanda ran out, furious and confused, not understanding why things weren't going as expected. She started screaming that Roger hadn't even lasted 3 minutes and asked Oscar what he had given him. Mr. Parvalan, on the other hand, just said goodbye to Wanda and asked her to greet her uncle. The doctor had no choice but to prepare to hit the road again, although her anger hadn't disappeared. She promised to tell Johnny that Oscar was still a mess. Meanwhile, the nanny watched what was happening from the window while Cody drew and gave new ideas for the masterpiece. A little later, Vanessa noticed that the doctor hadn't stayed long in that shed and was leaving the palace in a bad mood. But that wasn't the only thing that confused the nanny, as she also saw several bloodstains on Wanda's apron. Vanessa wondered if something bad could have happened, but this time she decided not to get involved. Still, her curiosity overcame her, and when she was left alone in her room at night, she decided to take a look at the tablet. Although she knew it could bring her trouble, Vanessa chose to check the cameras. The nanny started with the moment Mr. Parvalan's car was returning to the estate the day before. Then, the girl managed to distinguish in the black and white image Adam and Nick, who were dragging something. And it wasn't light. Looking closely, Vanessa was horrified to realize that the body was wrapped in a blanket. It was late, and there was enough darkness in the garden not to discern what happened next. But the nanny knew that the cameras were multispectral and decided that this would undoubtedly help her. Switching to infrared mode, Vanessa managed to understand from the image that 2 men were dragging a living man. But then Vanessa had the terrifying realization again that this person was still alive at that moment. And now his fate is unknown. Then the girl remembered that the doctor had left after lunch, and that night they might move the body again. Vanessa found the video camera recording and saw that about 50 minutes ago, Adam and Nick were indeed carrying another large package. However, this time the sensor showed only 2 thermal signatures, indicating a tragic outcome. The girl was horrified again when she realized that her boss could be involved in these activities. And now he was not just her employer. Even so, Vanessa knew perfectly well that these 3 were hardened criminals. And killing someone was like crushing a seedbed to them. And these ideas now clashed in the girl's mind, as she tried to hold on to a more favorable outcome. Then she remembered that a short while ago, she had provided Mr. Parvalone with information about his cousin. And after a while, they returned to the mansion with a living person and later carried a corpse. Now the girl clearly understood that those men had killed Roger, the one she herself had taken them to. The girl was now tormented by pangs of conscience and the fear of having helped commit a crime. The next day, Vanessa started thinking about breaking the contract and resigning from this job. But she didn't know how to look into Barbara's eyes, who placed all her hopes in her. And she loved her very much. However, she couldn't stay in that house. So she took out her phone and dialed the number of the director of the Nanny Academy. Barbara's voice was heard immediately, and she understood from her students' hesitation that bad things were happening to her. Then, the director suggested sending another nanny to that mansion, but Vanessa objected. The girl asked what would happen if she broke the contract early, hoping they wouldn't send another nanny here. Barbara explained that if her agent couldn't find a suitable reason, it would be very difficult to reach an agreement with the employer. The director perfectly understood her student's distress and wanted to help her somehow. She also explained to Vanessa that if she wanted to go home, no agreement would prevent it. The girl hoped to separate work and personal life, but it turned out to be too difficult. And she got involved. Barbara first thought the child was in danger because of her, but Vanessa didn't want to say that. She didn't admit the murder, but explained that, in her opinion, her own actions made her job less safe. So, the director proposed speaking to the employer herself and trying to remove any obstacles to the job. Hearing this, Vanessa got scared and started asking Barbara not to do anything similar. The director listened to her and asked her to think carefully and inform her of her decision the next day. She was willing to accept any decision, adding that everyone at the academy missed Vanessa. After the conversation, the nanny went to the kitchen, where Mrs. Kenneth was already giving instructions to Julia. Noticing Vanessa, who looked like a ghost, she asked her to recover and not get discouraged. Then, Mrs. Kenneth explained that everything was part of the preparations for the birthday, as relatives from all over the world would gather. Vanessa offered her help, but Mrs. Kenneth only asked her to keep the child away from all this. She also advised her to do something about the dark circles under the girls' eyes so they wouldn't think they were working overtime here. A little later, Vanessa was with Cody, who was drawing his dad with a hat. And she suggested adding a mustache too. Then she asked Cody what he expected from the celebration, and he commented that everyone would come. Even Vincent and Lisa. The girl understood that it wouldn't just be a party, but that the house would be filled with criminals that day. She even remembered that tragic night when her home burned down, because the situation was very similar. Moreover, doubts tormented her, as she hadn't found answers to her questions. And she longed to leave this house. Subsequently, she turned to the child, and felt even sadder remembering that she had promised to protect him. However, she considered that her presence there made things worse, and because of her affection for Cody, she could get trapped. Oscar could take advantage of it, and the girl thought the best option would be to quit this job. When Cody finished the portrait, the nanny suggested reading a book. And at that moment, Mrs. Kenneth entered announcing that it was time to change for dinner. The boy was happy to be able to go to the table, but Vanessa asked him to shower first to be clean. Mrs. Kenneth pushed her out, saying she would take care of Cody, while the young woman had to get ready. She objected that she had no elegant clothes, but the maid assured her that everything was already ready on her bed. Upon entering, she noticed the dress, but she had to make an important decision, and the walk at the party didn't seem like support to her. Then she took the dress and examined it, finding it very familiar. Then she remembered that the same dress was the one she wore on that tragic day when her parents died. But afterward, she composed herself, convincing herself that it was just a dress and the party was completely normal. She only had to endure one night, and the next day she could be free of all this. Downstairs, she saw Nick with a device over the gifts. He considered that caution was never a mistake, even if they were just relatives. Which is precisely what put him on alert. Nick explained that Oscar's death suited them all, and the nanny understood that he said it seriously. Then he asked about Cody and learned that he was with his cousins, so today it wasn't her responsibility. Other caretakers come with the children, and now she didn't understand why she was there. Nick explained that he was there as an undercover bodyguard, but his task was to have fun until dinner was served. During dinner, Vanessa was entrusted to pay attention to anything suspicious, although it seemed funny to her in a house full of mobsters. Meanwhile, Don Johnny was talking to his nephew and told him that the doctor turned out to be very disappointed, since she received nothing. But Oscar reminded him that he didn't need her services. And in turn, Johnny reminded him that he gave the orders. Only the nephew followed the order, grabbing Roger and waiting for the doctor to arrive, not mentioning the prisoner's condition. Johnny just sighed deeply, as he demanded unconditional obedience, but his nephew was trying to conspire against him. Then, the uncle made a more threatening comment, indicating that he might find a more appropriate way to motivate him. At that moment, they noticed a girl in a red dress appear not far from them, who went out for some fresh air. Johnny immediately started asking his nephew who this new employee was that he knew nothing about. Oscar called Vanessa and decided to introduce her to his uncle Johnny Parvellin, who had also come to the party. He also introduced Vanessa to him as his son's nanny, indicating that she was very suitable for the job. The girl hesitated a bit, as she didn't expect to meet the mafia boss so soon. Who is above everyone? Moreover, she had already discovered that every crime and every horrible act found in the files led to him. So, Vanessa concluded that Johnny must be the person who knew everything that happened that night. Many years ago. But she only greeted him politely, and Johnny started asking her where she trained. Noticing that, despite everything, she seemed too young to be a nanny. The girl wanted to answer, but she noticed Oscar's look, which indicated that she should lie. And she avoided answering with a sly smile, explaining that the uniqueness is that all the secrets of the preparation remain in silence. Johnny considered the girl a bit challenging, but suspected that his competition might be behind it. Especially since the uncle knew how meticulous Oscar was about his son's safety. Then, Johnny decided to call the waiter, demanding that they bring him another martini with 3 olives. While watching the main boss, the girl didn't understand how he managed to smile after everything that had happened. She wanted to leave instantly because she couldn't stand it for another second, and she left in a hurry. Meanwhile, she still managed to hear Johnny calling her a daring girl. Different from all others. Vanessa could no longer stay there, despite the contract, the promise to the boy, and everything else. Her intention was to leave, perhaps even right now. But suddenly, Nick appeared in front of her. The girl's breath hitched a little, as she didn't want to see anyone at that moment. Nick addressed her, informing her that dinner had already been served. But the nanny refused, saying she felt unwell. But that didn't seem to bother him at all, and he insisted that Vanessa must attend dinner. No matter how much she tried to avoid the upcoming dinner, Nick didn't let her go and recalled that it was the boss's order. Upon entering the building, Vanessa saw 3 children, including Cody, and the strangers looked attentively at their brother's beautiful nanny. The girl noticed that Cody was trying to behave like a good host and confirmed it by showing the best places. Vanessa noticed that at that moment, the boy seemed very mature and extremely self-confident. Then she remembered her childhood, when she also felt that self-assured. Afterward, Cody told the nanny that the children would eat at a table she wouldn't have access to. The nanny blushed a little, but suddenly heard Oscar's voice offering to accompany her there. She protested, because it was his birthday, but precisely because of that, the boss decided who to dine with. Then Oscar took her arm and dragged her. Something she didn't understand, and which happened in front of other guests. Later, he confessed that she had dazzled his uncle. But since Vanessa didn't ask, she preferred not to mention her past. Mr. Parvellin didn't like being underestimated, so he invited her to the table and pointed out her seat. Despite everything, the young woman was surprised that the boss had invited her to the party. And in response, he leaned down and murmured that she was now part of his family. At that moment, Vanessa noticed again that the boss knew how to say every phrase as if it were a threat. Then she looked at the guests, one more famous than the other. There was even a renowned butcher. Then she saw another lady about whom she had read something, and she understood that any of them could be linked to the death of her parents. A young man approached to talk to her. He introduced himself as Cahill, and she knew he was famous for being a conqueror. But she only greeted him politely, and he replied that it was the first time he had seen her there. Then Cahill suggested that she worked for the birthday boy, and she confirmed that was the case. The boy also noticed that the girl was tense and advised her to relax, pointing out that no one cared. And then he added maliciously, narrowing his eyes, that no one cared except Mr. Parvellone. Vanessa directed her gaze towards Oscar and noticed that he also didn't stop watching her. Kyle added that he couldn't guess the boss's mood, whether he was interested, angry, or both. He also confessed that he and Oscar were third cousins, as they shared the same great-grandmother. Kyle felt sorry that Roger's brother couldn't attend the party, but Vanessa clarified that it wasn't her problem. She was just doing her job. Despite everything, the girl felt horrible. She found it unbearable to be surrounded by so many people. Then she focused her attention back on Mr. Parvulin and didn't understand why he wouldn't stop looking at her. She also supposed that Oscar suspected her, thinking she intended to do something inappropriate. Then they served the last dish, and Kyle suggested the girl accompany them to the library where dessert would be served. But Vanessa refused, and the young man finally expressed that he had enjoyed meeting her. He also added that many of them would be moving north soon, and perhaps they could see each other more often. The girl expressed that such news seemed wonderful to her and hurried out of the room. In the hallway, she ran into Mrs. Kenneth, who asked her to take Cody to bed as he was tired. That was exactly what she needed, and without hesitation, she picked up the boy and headed to his room. Cody hadn't tried the pastry yet, but the nanny assured him he could eat that dessert for breakfast. The girl understood that this would probably be the last morning with this child. After wishing the little one good night, she left his room, and immediately her thoughts began to stir again. Closing the door behind her, Vanessa leaned against it with her hands and quietly bade farewell to that disobedient little one. Immediately after, she heard the boss's voice behind her, who knew it would be like this. She turned around quickly, but at that moment, she didn't know what to answer Mr. Parvulin. He added that she had been restless all night, something that not only he noticed, but others too. Although he didn't know the reason, he advised the nanny to resolve the matter, as they couldn't show their weakness. But the girl interrupted him, saying there were no such sus, and then admitted that she was bothered that he had lied to her. Oscar became interested in knowing what exactly she had lied about, and the girl interpreted it as her having already lied to him several times. Mr. Parvulin just repeated in a threatening tone his question about what she had lied about. Then Vanessa exploded, saying she knew what Oscar had done with his cousin. She covered her mouth with her hand, horrified to have said too much, although she had already decided to resign anyway. Oscar didn't even deny that, except for his first sentence, and assured her that he had never lied to her. The girl was angry that her boss didn't even try to help Roger, despite saying he was in danger. But Oscar never said he was going to help him. That's why his words weren't lies. The girl started saying that he used her, although she didn't want to be involved in his business. He tricked her into helping him, but Oscar had no other choice. Moreover, he accused the nanny of lying. When she was given access to the network, she swore only to review necessary files, but she didn't understand why it was relevant. Mr. Parvulin explained that when she started investigating, she surely thought no one would notice. Vanessa believed Oscar had warned about her actions, but it wasn't him. Moreover, he admitted they were being watched. The man revealed that his uncle trusted no one, and everything he did was transmitted to the central computer in Albuquerque. It was then that Vanessa understood that the reflection program was observing not her, but her boss. Oscar added that her actions made his uncle find out, and entrusted him with a mission that would remember the consequences for traitors. Now Vanessa understood that Oscar didn't kill his cousin of his own free will. She admitted that she was the one responsible for everything, and that her boss had received a punishment while she only accused him of everything. Oscar tried to calm her down, but gave her an option. Either he hide the information, or she helped him with everything. Now, in front of Vanessa, an even more difficult and terrifying decision presented itself. And she didn't know what to answer. Vanessa didn't understand why she had to decide, but she was the one who investigated Oscar's family and accessed the system. Then she apologized to her boss, explaining that it was just curiosity, and she didn't imagine anyone would die because of it. The girl was so affected by this that she couldn't stand it and started crying, since a person had suffered because of her fault. However, Mr. Parvulin added that in any case, sooner or later, someone would have gone after Roger. Then he assured her that his cousin had been lucky because thanks to Oscar, he had passed on to the next world without pain. Now, seeing the nanny cry, he even felt remorse for getting her involved in all this. But she remained convinced that it was her fault. Oscar praised her for her unparalleled hacking skills. That's why he specifically asked her to find his cousin. He knew that any delay could have ended differently, and that his uncle might have doubted his loyalty. What she didn't understand was why Oscar hadn't fired her immediately after she helped him safeguard his reputation. Everyone had their secrets. And although the boss wasn't lying to her, that didn't mean he told her everything. Still, he trusted her with Cody's protection. Then, Mr. Parvalan moved closer to her. He took her hands and asked her to stay. He confessed that he knew she wanted to leave this house, that all this was too much for her. But he hoped she would stay. Oscar insisted that both the boy and himself needed Vanessa, although it seemed Cody was sure. She didn't understand why her boss was so sure he could convince her, while feeling her own judgment was changing. But she immediately rejected Mr. Parvalan, stating that she needed to think. And she hurried away from him. Oscar didn't pursue her and remained in the hallway, waiting for the girl to make the right decision. She, for her part, had already locked herself in her room, trying to clear her thoughts and understand what she was doing. A void formed in Vanessa's mind every time Oscar looked at her like that. She understood that he was taking advantage of her concern for Cody against her. During that time, she had observed many personalities in him. She remembered how he got angry. He was careful with her when he saw her sleeping on the floor and leaned down to wake her up gently. He also remembered the day at the pool when everyone had fun together. But he didn't forget every time Parvaloni whispered threats in her ear. She couldn't decide which of those personalities was the real one and wondered what would happen if they were all together. She also remembered that conversation in the garden when Oscar was about to reveal his purpose with Cody. She clearly remembered how furious he seemed when explaining that his father couldn't trust anyone after losing his wife. Parvalan's worry that his uncle wouldn't doubt his loyalty also weighed on her. It seemed to Vanessa that Oscar didn't have that much control and that he hadn't chosen her for the reason he stated. She understood that she didn't deserve his full trust and that she saw the boss only as a bad example. But it turned out to be different. Again, she noticed that she had broken her rule of not feeling emotions for anyone. She didn't understand how to avoid it because all that evoked painful memories. At that moment, she would even swear she clearly smelled smoke. But suddenly, she realized and understood the harsh reality. The smoke was real, and there was probably a fire in the house. Vanessa decided to immediately check if the little Cody had been injured. But behind the door, the fire was already roaring. But now nothing stopped her, and she decided to save the child, wondering if Oscar could save himself too. The flames spread quickly and almost burned her, blocking all possible paths. But she didn't give up. Covering her nose with her hand to inhale less smoke, she launched herself to fulfill her goal. A little later, she was already in the boy's room, who was sitting terrified. But the fire hadn't reached him yet. The nanny wrapped Cody in a blanket, explaining that there was a fire in the house and that they had to leave soon. Cody wanted to grab his rubber duck, which had fallen into the corner of the bed. But there was no time to waste. Holding the child in her arms, Vanessa ran back down the hallway, trying to reach the exit as quickly as possible. But the path was blocked by a small collapse of boards that had already burned and fallen, blocking the passage. Vanessa understood that she could no longer leave through the stairs and would have to look for another exit. In the distance, she saw the driver who, through the smoke, was trying to locate her. And little Cody. The young woman shouted that the boy was with her and that they would try to get out through the window. Passing again by Oscar's room, which was engulfed in flames, the nanny hoped he wasn't there when the fire started. Soon they reached a place where there were no flames yet, but the entire room was full of smoke. The girl made the boy sit next to her, who kept worrying about his dad, while understanding that they were trapped. Then the nanny started pushing the balcony door, which for some strange reason was stuck. And she had to make an effort. Although with a strong push, the girl managed to open it, and the next instant she was on the balcony, quickly looking for the best way down. Then Vanessa went back for the boy, who was begging her to find his dad. But she trusted that Oscar had already gotten out. Then she explained to the boy that the stairs were blocked, and they would have to climb down using the ivy on the wall. Cody, though very sad, understood that his nanny was right and accepted her decision. Carrying the boy on her back, Vanessa asked him to hold on tight and prepared to climb down. The very next instant, she was already jumping over the railing, feeling with her bare feet for the best place to support herself. The thorns of the ivy pierced the skin of her hands, legs, and face. But she didn't give up. Then, not very thick branches began to creak, and Vanessa understood that the plant wouldn't support both of them. Turning her head back, she saw some bushes right below and decided that could be their chance. Placing the boy in front of her, the girl prepared for the jump. The very next instant, both were cutting through the air, while the nanny avoided twisting to avoid hurting Cody. The landing turned out to be less soft than Vanessa had imagined, but at least it was better than falling to the ground. Then, the branches of the bushes tightened a bit, and she and the boy rolled onto the grass. Covering his head, still lying on the ground, the girl was glad to have managed to save Cody, who was already trying to break free from her hug. The boy kept thinking about his father and longed to find him as soon as possible to check that he was fine. But all around him, he only saw fire and destruction and soon began to ask the nanny where his dad was and why he couldn't be seen anywhere. Soon they saw a group of people who managed to escape the burning building. But Mr. Parvalone still hadn't appeared. Then driver Adam appeared, who was delighted that the boy and the nanny had managed to escape. Vanessa asked if he had seen Oscar, and the driver suspected that the boss might have left through the back corridor. Moreover, the girl didn't understand why the alarm hadn't worked, but Adam was sure that everything had been planned on purpose. Vanessa again remembered that fateful day of her childhood when the alarm hadn't worked either. For a moment, it even seemed to her that history was repeating itself, and now she was sure that the same man was behind both cases. Then Cody saw the window of his dad's room, which was almost completely burned out. And he started to worry even more about his father. Adam insisted that his boss wasn't there, but was in the library when Julia raised the alarm. Vanessa didn't understand why the servants had to see it, and the driver continued explaining that the maid was taking dishes to the kitchen. And that's when she noticed the smoke. The flames had also spread quickly, and she was trying to understand what could have caused this. Meanwhile, Cody kept crying, and the nanny suspected that Oscar was with Nico. And Anna, since they couldn't be seen anywhere either. She asked the boy to trust them, as everyone was doing their job as well as she did hers. Mrs. Kenneth arrived here, checking the people on the list to make sure everyone had left the home. She was sure that Oscar and his uncle, as well as Nick and Anna, had managed to leave through the back door. Then she overheard a conversation in which people were wondering who the target could have been for whom this fire was started. It was obvious that it was a family home, but the boss is also here, and reaching him won't be easy. The young woman who started talking about it suggested that the arsonist could be any of them. Soon the siren of an ambulance was heard, and the driver took responsibility for opening the doors. Only a few minutes passed before the firefighters were already working, and powerful jets of water covered the building. Then Kyle appeared next to Vanessa, lamenting that such a beautiful house was burning down without thinking about the people trapped inside. But Kyle started boasting that he had spent a lot of money on a gift that Oscar now couldn't even open. He also said that the boss is 2 years younger than him, and that his gray hair shouldn't be deceiving. But Cody was convinced that his dad is blonde, and Kyle just smiled, insinuating that Oscar is not entirely honest. The boy was enraged and was about to yell at that conceited person, but then he heard his father call him. Forgetting everything else, the boy couldn't believe he heard his dad's voice again, and that he was still alive. The man was indeed with his men and his uncle, and now they were approaching the group. Cody threw off the blanket and ran towards his dad at full speed, almost jumping. The very next instant, Mr. Parvalone was already firmly hugging his son and was also happy that the boy was all right. Vanessa approached next, but he started yelling at her for not answering his calls. The girl didn't understand why he was so angry, as her phone was left inside. And she didn't have time to think about it. Kyle immediately appeared like a shadow, who recounted Vanessa's heroic action, who jumped from the second floor with the boy. Understanding that he had been mistaken at that moment, Mr. Parvalone calmed down immediately. and accepted that the girl would need rest. Then, Vanessa clarified that next time she would call emergency services first, instead of acting on impulse. Oscar didn't fully understand what the girl meant by next time, but he decided not to ask her about it for now. She herself, after tonight, became convinced that she could not remain indifferent. She looked at the two of them, who looked extremely innocent and defenseless at that moment, and understood that they needed her help. Now she couldn't leave here anymore, and she corrected her words, explaining that next time she would simply do her best to improve. Anna approached them next, who wanted to dress the wound on the boss's head, who couldn't remember how he had escaped the ruined garage. Anna understood that it was because he was still in blind panic, and he asked her to remind him why he kept her beside him with Nick. The boy, who was also nearby, jokingly replied that it was to help him get out of burning buildings. Meanwhile, Kyle noticed that Oscar didn't trust the nanny too much regarding his son's safety. But she assured him that she was acting like any father. The boy also suggested she join his organization if she wanted to feel truly valuable. The girl thought that she also had children, but it wasn't true, she had other interests. Kyle explained that for a lady who jumps out of windows, there would always be work. Then he walked away, and Nick, who saw the truth in his words, approached Vanessa. Meanwhile, he noticed that even if the nanny agreed to join Kyle, she wouldn't be able to escape from here. Vanessa assured him that it wasn't necessary, but Nick noticed her indecision for some reason. Moreover, he asked her to leave immediately if she still had doubts for any reason. But Vanessa knew it was too late to turn back, especially because she couldn't leave Cody with his father. With full conviction, she repeated that she would stay and had no intention of abandoning this family. Mrs. Kenneth heard these words and decided that, in that case, everyone would have to put them on and look for the objects that had survived. Then she asked if anyone had objections, but no one dared to challenge her decision. Vanessa immediately tore a thin strip from her dress, preparing for the task ahead. With that strip, she pulled her hair into a ponytail so it wouldn't bother her while carrying out the mission. Upon entering the burnt building again, the girl understood that probably almost nothing had survived. Entering the boys' room, she noticed a burnt little duck that Cody loved so much. She found nothing else there and went to check her room, hoping some of her belongings had survived. The first thing she noticed was the briefcase that had survived, something for which she now thanked the academy. Upon opening it, she saw that the laptop looked intact and would work, although she didn't have time to check it immediately. However, now she only had one uniform left from the set, so she decided she should order more. Inspecting once more, Vanessa believed she had collected everything essential and prepared to return. Still, she decided to make sure and also check Parvalan's room, approaching along the wall. There, the floorboards were severely scorched, now forming a large hole. But that didn't stop Vanessa, and soon she found herself on the other side, ready to continue. In front, she saw a metal chest, of moderate size, which seemed undamaged by the fire. It even seemed strange to her that, in a house full of modern technology, there was something so old-fashioned. But she was intrigued what documents a criminal organization might keep in such a safe. Whatever it was carefully protected. So Vanessa immediately tried to decipher the code. First, she tried to open it using combinations that meant Oscar's birth date. Or Cody's. Those digits didn't open the chest, so Vanessa tried Parvalan's wife's birth date. But that combination didn't work either, and it felt a bit awkward to Vanessa. At that moment, Anna entered, wondering what the nanny was doing there. She immediately devised an excuse. She said she had been checking if the safe was intact, and indeed, it remained unharmed. But the young woman couldn't move it, and Anna clarified that she would solve it herself, and that she even knew the code. The boss had simply asked her to collect some things, and Vanessa decided not to hinder her and go help downstairs. When she left, Anna noticed something strange and at the same time very familiar about the nanny again. On the street, Mr. Parvalan asked Mrs. Kenneth what they had lost, and she replied that almost everything. Then Vanessa arrived, holding a scorched little duck, and mentioned that they had also lost someone else. Cody, seeing his favorite toy, immediately ran towards it, happy to hold it in his hands again. Then a deep guilt overwhelmed the boy for having left it in the burning house. Vanessa expressed her remorse, but her priority was to save him first. Cody knew it, but he didn't understand why other people suffered around him because of him. Then his father approached and promised him that they would hold a religious mass and then get him a new toy. A little later, Nick and Anna arrived, and they instantly reported that they had taken everything possible out of the house. Nick also pointed out that it would be impossible to reconstruct the security system and that they couldn't view the events of the previous night. Anna added that they had destroyed all hard drives and electronics, even the damaged ones. Then Vanessa understood that the two had eliminated all evidence of illegal activities. But the most important thing remained in the safe. Then the driver arrived, who informed the boss that he had accommodated all the guests in the hotel for the night. And Uncle Johnny decided to return directly home. Then Nick asked what would happen to them, and Oscar clarified that he had leased several rooms in the Grand Hotel for the long term. Adam immediately noticed that they had a rooftop pool there, and from Cody's room window he could see his favorite park. Vanessa, who heard the entire conversation, showed interest in spending time at the hotel. But she feared they would have to go to Albuquerque, although Oscar assured them that they would need more than a fire for that. Moreover, Mr. Parvalon admitted that things had already gone too far to go back. Meanwhile, Johnny was heading home when the driver informed him of an incoming call. It was Simon, who first politely asked how the event went. Don smiled maliciously, and then added with some irony that everything went off with a spark. Then Johnny asked if Simon had found the employee Oscar hired to hack his network, warning that it must be a new employee. The boy considered Nick and Anna unsuitable for that, as they couldn't even open a suitcase lock. The only employee they hadn't checked was the nanny, who started working there about a month ago. It seemed quite interesting to Dawn, and Simone continued trying to investigate her. While those mobsters were carrying out their task, Oscar's family had already arrived at the Grand Central Hotel. All of them looked more like a pack of strays than a serious mafia organization. But the concierge knew Mr. Parvalon's face well and immediately started greeting him. Offering all kinds of services, Nick approached immediately, explaining that his boss had a very hard night. So he would talk tomorrow. Anna arrived next, who planned to discuss the accommodation conditions in this hotel with the concierge. Meanwhile, Vanessa was observing the lobby, which seemed quite clean to her. And spotless. Suddenly, she heard Adam's voice behind her, who was also admiring this luxury. And that they would stay there for a while. The conversation was interrupted by Mrs. Kenneth, who handed them the room key cards. She entrusted Julia with attending to their rooms and taking care of the laundry, as she didn't trust the local staff. For Adam, his duties didn't change, and he had to try to get a comfortable spot in the parking lot. He had no problem, but first he wanted to rest. And meanwhile, Mrs. Kenneth took Vanessa's card. She explained that the nanny wouldn't live separately, but would share the apartment with Cody. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing, because she had never dreamed of the possibility of living in an apartment. Vanessa didn't even know how to face life in a hotel because she had never been in one. And she thought security problems could arise. In the elevator, she calmed down when she remembered she would be close to Cody, as he had been through a lot. It wasn't even about losing things or the house. Simply, the boy was left with security, which was also taken from his mother. Hoping that Cody was not yet asleep. The nanny knocked on the door, but Mr. Parvalon opened it, and she almost thought she had taken the wrong room. But she heard Cody's voice, who had already chosen a room, and advised his father to choose another one. Oscar invited Vanessa in, understanding that she was also very tired. And he didn't want to bother her now. The young woman approached the window and looked at the night city. The landscape seemed simply marvelous to her. She remembered Mrs. Kenneth's words about sharing a room with a boy. And she understood that he had intentionally twisted the situation. But now she cared little, as she could already imagine how huge the rooms would be. Then Vanessa entered a small hallway and understood that on that floor there were only 3 rooms. For her, Cody and Oscar. That made her a little uncomfortable, and she suggested to Mr. Parvalan that perhaps he should take another room. But he wanted her to stay close to his son and would not accept a refusal. However, she understood that they would have to use the same bathroom, which embarrassed her even more. But Oscar just smiled at her and advised her to make herself at home, as if insinuating that they would stay there for a long time. A little later, Vanessa was already settling the boy into bed, and he was intrigued how long they would stay there. But the nanny didn't know. Then Cody asked about the fire alarm, and Vanessa assured him that everything was in order. She could even light the curtains to check and convince the boy that everything was fine. Then she leaned towards Cody lying down and assured him that, for his sake, she wouldn't hesitate to bring a match near these curtains. The boy thanked the nanny for her care, and she decided to let him sleep, wishing him good night. Upon leaving his room, Vanessa suddenly realized that she had been so busy that she hadn't even showered. While preparing for the shower, she hoped the sound of the water wouldn't wake anyone, thinking that the others were already asleep. Under the hot spray, she stayed for a while until she became convinced that the smell of smoke had completely vanished. Putting on a soft kimono and combing her hair, Vanessa realized that she could quickly get used to so much comfort. Although she remembered that it was only temporary, she still liked the conditions she was in now. At that moment, Mr. Parvalan appeared, whom the young woman believed should already be asleep. But she noticed that no one had taken care of her bruises. She replied when she saw the first aid kit in his hands and confessed that she had already treated her wounds herself. But Oscar insisted on treating her wounds, as it was the least he could do for her now. Amidst the mess, Mr. Parvalan didn't forget who had gotten his son out of the burning house. And he apologized to the nanny for having been so harsh with her. The young woman considered it her duty, just like Oscar, but she was also sad to realize that she wouldn't be able to reach his son. Then she remembered their conversation right before the fire, and at that moment, he wasn't sure how to act if she decided to leave immediately. Vanessa assured him that, regardless of her decision, she would never leave Cody there. Then she confessed that once, someone had pulled her out of a burning house. Vanessa admired that woman so much that she decided she definitely wanted to be like her. And now everything the young woman does for Cody she knows, thanks precisely to that woman. When Mr. Parvalan finished bandaging her leg, the young woman thanked him for so much care. Then Oscar was already getting ready to rest, but he remembered he wanted to tell the nanny something else. So he took a small keychain out of his pocket and handed it to the young woman. But she didn't understand what this key was. Oscar explained that it was the key to his room and that she could lock it just in case. He also admitted that on that floor, he felt better being with her than with Nick, who carries knives everywhere. Even the bathroom. Then Mr. Parvalan left her alone, wishing her a good night, and she tried to understand what she had gotten herself into. Upon returning to the room, she felt tired, but she had to do something more for Cody's safety. She decided to start by reviewing the recordings from the inn's cameras and identifying vulnerable areas. Having a clear view, Vanessa noticed that the cameras covered almost all areas. And there was a concierge at every entrance. The hardest part now was controlling the guests, as it was more complicated than checking the staff. Moreover, Vanessa decided that Cody should not go out alone without her, so that nothing would happen to him. Then she remembered something else and wrote a letter to Barbara, saying she would stay, and asked them to send a uniform suit to the inn. The next day, Vanessa tried to get Cody out of the room so as not to miss breakfast. But he felt ashamed to go out like that. The young woman promised to go shopping as soon as they finished, and Oscar appeared, who thought his son was not ready yet. Then the boy came out, who begged his father to convince the nanny that he couldn't show up in front of people like that. Nick, who used to annoy the boy, couldn't resist and called him a charming puppy. Meanwhile, Oscar noticed that the hotel pajamas would definitely not do. Cody became sad, since his father has a suit and he didn't understand why he hadn't gotten one for him. But the dad reminded his son that he had grown up anyway. The boy, however, agreed that it was better to wear this than to go without clothes. And the nanny promised him that they would place an urgent order with the tailor. Now Cody just had to put them on, some very cute boots that he didn't like at all. While the boy was putting on his shoes, Oscar, Nick, and Anna discussed the need to open new businesses. Nick, however, suggested focusing on what had happened recently. But Mr. Parvellin considered that Anna would handle it perfectly. The nanny, meanwhile, was talking with Cody, promising him that they would go to any store he wished immediately after lunch. A few hours later, they were returning with several bags, and Cody was happy with his purchases. The boy immediately informed his father that he now had many new handkerchiefs and several great outfits. Oscar thought they returned quickly, but his son convinced the salespeople that it was better to deal with him. Then Vanessa arrived and honestly confessed that they had spent double the planned amount. The boy, satisfied to now look presentable, ordered that he wanted to return to the drawing class. But Mr. Parvellin objected, as he considered it dangerous to go there and asked his son not to mention it again. Then the nanny suggested enrolling him in any other drawing course, but he wanted to see Clark. Oscar didn't know who Clark was, and Vanessa explained that he was another boy from the class. Cody also thought his friend needed guidance and couldn't allow him to do it alone in this world. The nanny suggested they could invite that boy over and that she would find the contacts through the school. Then she reminded him that they could organize another day at the pool, and Cody loved the idea. But now he also needed new swimsuits. Mr. Parvellone asked his son who his friend's parents were, and he told him they worked as dentists. Oscar thought for a moment longer. Then he agreed to receive his son's friend with his nanny, but reminded Vanessa to keep watch. The next day, Cody and his nanny were already at the entrance, waiting for Clark to arrive. He arrived with his nanny at the agreed time, and the boys were very happy to see each other. Clark's nanny, whose name was Allison, confessed that her charge had really missed his friend, even after what happened in class. And Clark approached Cody without empty hands and gave him a new small duck, because he had heard that his house had burned down. The mafia boss's son found that very sweet, as the hotel hadn't shown interest in providing him with those rubber ducks for the bathtub. Vanessa suggested that the boys change in her room, and then they could go up to the penthouse roof to the pool. Soon, Cody was showing his friend the way, and he admired everything, but not just him, but also his nanny, who had never been in a penthouse. When Vanessa was about to settle in, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her. Turning around, she saw Nick sunbathing and immediately asked what he was doing there. He gave her a chance to guess, and then added that today was pool day, and he didn't want to miss that opportunity. Then, Nick confessed that the boss was working with Anna today, and their skills weren't needed. Vanessa noticed that his skills really didn't show refinement. But Nick didn't find that funny. He also added that everyone would scare her. That's why he allowed Anna to handle gathering information. The girl first thought he was referring to the fire that occurred at the Parvellone house. But Nick didn't hurry to answer and just calmly sipped his cold drink. However, the nanny didn't take her eyes off him, so he insinuated that she had already guessed correctly. Moreover, Nick supposed that someone from her circle, more precisely from her family, could be involved. But after a few seconds, the young man also added that even someone from the staff could be. Hearing that the arsonist could belong to the staff, the nanny thought again about what happened to her own family. Now Vanessa was more convinced that the same person from the Parvellins was behind both incidents. At that moment, the girl understood that she was getting one step closer to the truth. But at the same time, sad memories flooded her again. Her thoughts were interrupted when Allison asked permission to take her room key. Clark's nanny explained that there was a line for the bathroom and she needed to go, so Vanessa agreed. Then the boys called her to join their fun game, and she decided not to refuse. Allison approached Vanessa's backpack, took the key, and looked around as if she were about to steal something. Nick found her behavior a bit strange, although he himself had heard Vanessa allow her to take the key. At the same time, the young woman continued having fun in the pool with the children, playing different games. Cody suggested Vanessa act as a shark, but she had already done that and proposed Allison try it. The nanny looked around and noticed she had been absent for quite some time, which alerted her. Vanessa decided to check and asked the boys to keep playing while. Then she asked Nick to look after the boys and also begged him to give her the room key. Vanessa had a strange premonition, and Nick also realized that something was wrong. Then the boy called Mrs. Kenneth to come up to the roof so she could substitute him. He suggested Vanessa leave and that he would join once the lady arrived, and he gave her his key. The nanny rushed upstairs to find out what Allison was planning, hoping she was mistaken. Slowly opening the room door, the young woman looked through the thin crack to see what was happening inside. At first, she didn't see Allison anywhere and understood that she was in one of the rooms. Probably Cody's. She decided to start there, took a key from her hiding place, and opened the door. Opening it wide, Vanessa announced that the bathroom was not in that room. Allison was startled at being discovered and started making excuses, saying she had just gotten lost. But the nanny didn't listen to her explanations and simply pushed her aside immediately. Then she locked the door so she couldn't escape, which greatly frightened Clark's nanny. Afterward, Vanessa asked her why she had really come and then took her bag. Allison was even more frightened when she realized that now, the room owner could expose her. Emptying the contents of the bag, Vanessa saw several objects, including tweezers and a screwdriver. She also found a homemade listening device that Allison hadn't installed yet. The Mafia Nanny began interrogating the detainee about how many more microphones she had installed. But she didn't admit it. So Vanessa decided to use her skills, and with her trained eye, she checked the entire room instantly. The first thing she noticed was that the alarm clock was no longer in its place, but slightly displaced. She also observed that an extra light was flashing on the smoke detector, which shouldn't have been there. Upon inspecting the walls, Vanessa noticed that a false socket had appeared on one of them, which was another listening device. Putting all the devices together, the young woman couldn't understand what kind of monster she had to be to place microphones in a child's room. Then she heard a knock on the door and immediately heard Nick, whom she quickly opened for. Upon seeing the microphones, the boy decided to take the detainee to Oscar's room before she did anything else. Allison swore she knew nothing, but Nick didn't believe her and suspected that the boy Clark was also involved. The nanny screamed instantly not to touch her, as she shouldn't lose sight of her at any moment. While Nick was taking her, Allison kept insisting that those things weren't hers, and that she knew nothing about it. Vanessa returned to the pool and offered ice cream to the boys, without mentioning that something had happened in the room. They were so happy with the surprise that they didn't even ask where Allison had been, or what Vanessa was doing. Mrs. Kenneth approached the nanny and asked if everything was all right, to which she replied that Nick would take care of everything. Later, upon returning to the room, Clark asked Cody for permission to visit him again. Cody had no problem, and then they ran into Mr. Parvalone, who smiled upon learning that his son had a good day. Meanwhile, Nick confessed to the nanny that Allison had admitted everything, although she didn't know who they were or why they had asked her to plant bugs. When Vanessa asked Nick who ordered the task, she found out it was Clark's mother. Then, Oscar's driver approached and informed him that they had important visitors. And Cody's father understood that it was his friend's mother. Upon seeing her mother, Clark didn't understand why she was there, but she had come to correct a mistake. Mr. Parvalone recognized the woman immediately, and he had never imagined that Clark was his son. Vanessa asked Nick who Mrs. Colt was, and found out she was the leader of the French mafia. Oscar couldn't believe his son had introduced Clark's parents as dentists. But Mrs. Colt explained that her husband was one. Nick whispered to the nanny that this explained how the mafia took control of the prescription drug market. Mr. Parvalone, although happy to receive Mrs. Colt, still had one pending question. This question concerned her behavior towards the Parvalone family and pointed to Allison. Related to the matter, Oscar didn't intend to demand an apology from her, but he insinuated that she would have to pay in another way. He also made it clear that he could treat Allison as he wished if she didn't atone for her guilt. The lady argued that there were already plenty of nannies everywhere, so she saw no value in that employee, and that she could keep her. While Allison, terrified, begged him with her eyes, Oscar declared that they were not in the market to haggle. Although he admitted that Mrs. Colt had been caught, he acknowledged that he hadn't even found out until they destroyed her listening device. Mrs. Colt assured him that the Parvillon family had invited her son, and she just took advantage of the situation. Then she threatened Oscar, saying that this was his city and if he forgot, the fire would be his least problem. The lady took her son by the hand and dragged him home. He barely had time to say goodbye to his friend. Keeping his son to himself, Oscar interrogated him about what he had learned, and Cody confessed that he no longer liked Clark. Mr. Parvillon was glad his son had understood something and sent him to change for dinner. The matter of Allison still remained to be resolved. Nick suggested throwing her into the sea, while Adam would check the number again. Then he addressed Vanessa and reproached her that she should have protected Cody, not introduced him to other mobsters. The young woman was speechless, as she had no idea who the boy's mother really was. However, she admitted that she should have checked Clark's relatives before inviting him. But there, Mr. Parvillon smiled and confessed that he was just joking with her, which surprised her a little. He also pointed out that Vanessa had cleverly trapped Allison, who is clearly no match for his son's nanny. Determined that this was the case, the young woman asked permission to go prepare dinner. But Oscar planned to accompany them. After some time, an employee received them at the restaurant and kindly led them to a table. Mr. Parvillon examined the menu to see what his son might like, and soon he was ready to place his order. Vanessa and Cody also opened the folders with the list of dishes. And the boy took the same one the adults were reviewing. Then, a waiter approached him and offered him a special children's menu. But Cody refused because he wanted a fish fillet. The waiter explained to the boy that they only served adult portions, but he insisted on ordering that dish. The nanny noticed that Cody had ordered the fillet yesterday and the day before, but never finished it. So she suggested ordering pasta instead. Just then, Oscar intervened and ordered the fillet, also adding baked potatoes with spices. Vanessa also ordered chicken in wine and pasta to be served. And although Cody didn't want pasta, the nanny clarified that it was for her. Later, the boy started drawing on a napkin, and Vanessa understood that what happened that day didn't bother him too much. It seemed harmless to her that children played together, but she understood that anyone in the city could be an enemy. Moreover, she suspected that if she tried to separate Cody from his father's world, she might expose him to more risks. Looking at Oscar, Vanessa noticed that he wasn't worried, but she had never managed to understand what he was thinking. At that moment, Mr. Parvillon decided to talk about the fire, and the girl was surprised that he remembered it there. Then he continued saying that, according to his words, Vanessa had been pulled out of a burning house. And he asked when it happened. The girl understood which fire it was, but she thought her boss had forgotten about it. But then, the nanny realized that Oscar was simply waiting for that moment. Knowing that he couldn't avoid the conversation in front of the child. He hadn't told Cody that his house had also burned down, and he became very interested in how it happened. Vanessa began by saying that she was a few years older than him when the accident happened. A fire suddenly started in her house. She was very scared and didn't know what to do. But Vanessa was lucky to have a nanny who saved her from certain death. Cody listened to her story with empathy, as she had also saved him when the fire started. Then the boy was struck by whether his nanny had lost all her things, as he couldn't forget the burnt duck. And Vanessa admitted that she not only lost all her things in the fire, but she lost absolutely everything. But then she added with a kind smile that she didn't get discouraged, just like Cody and his father. She also assured the boy that she wouldn't blink, and his new house would be ready. And then Cody demanded that in the new house, he should have a room for painting. But his father clarified that it would be an exact reflection of the previous one. So the boy suggested that, since the library had burned down, they could use that room. Oscar remained somewhat in disagreement, but the nanny convinced the boy that he also needed books. Cody agreed to leave some art books in a corner, but he also wanted a small pool with ducks in the backyard. Oscar promised to relay the boy's wishes to the architects, while the nanny tried to guess what else the boss would want to ask her. She knew perfectly well that she couldn't lie to children, because they were his weakness. But Mr. Parvalin remained silent, and the nanny realized again that it wasn't worth waiting for him to act honestly. After the meal, everyone left the restaurant, and the staff didn't stop showering them with compliments. Already in bed, Cody remained restless, wondering if Clark's gift had spy bugs in it. But Vanessa carefully checked the duck. Then the boy calmly placed his toy on the pillow, so as not to sleep alone. The young woman waited until the boy, wrapped in a blanket, began to fall asleep and then decided to leave him. But then Cody asked if Clark was truly his friend, or if he shouldn't be with a boy like him. This question surprised the nanny, but she replied that everything depended on the two of them. Even if their parents didn't get along, that shouldn't affect their friendship. But Cody believed that family should be the most important thing. Vanessa nodded. Family can come first, but it doesn't prevent enjoying other things in life. However, Cody fell asleep. And upon leaving his room, the nanny thought that not everything was as bad as she thought. Then she walked towards the kitchen area, where Mr. Parvalin was preparing an alcoholic drink by adding ice. Vanessa didn't approach for no reason. She wanted to talk to him about something important. Oscar thought she was referring to her dinner comments, but the young woman decided to talk to him about her son. Then he paid full attention to the nanny, and she remembered that night in the garden when he mentioned his objective. She was still intrigued what specific goal Mr. Parvalone had for his son. She didn't want to speculate and asked the person in charge to honestly tell her what he planned for Cody. Oscar actually had many plans, but regarding his son, he would prefer to call them dreams. Then he looked at her thoughtfully and added that, in reality, that dream was more of a hope. He placed the glass on the table and decided to confess his dream to the nanny. But only to her. Mr. Parvalone sincerely wished for his son to be free, but the young woman didn't completely understand what he meant by that. Then he whispered in her ear that he did not want the boy to have a life like his. Nor did he want his son to be an example to follow. Oscar wanted Cody to have an authentic life, and when he grows up, have the opportunity to choose. It immediately occurred to Vanessa that he was referring to the very decisions he himself makes. But Oscar continued, stating that if he allowed his son to choose now, he would undoubtedly follow him. At the same time, he wanted to keep his son close to protect him and also keep him away so he could be free. Vanessa identified that Mr. Parvalon wouldn't be able to achieve it himself, but for that very reason, he needed her. He himself couldn't do it, but he was sure the nanny would help him isolate the child from bad influences. Thinking about it for a few seconds, Vanessa concluded that she also had to protect Cody from his father. Oscar agreed if it benefited everyone, and asked the nanny again to help find Cody another path. It seemed to her that her boss was even sick, as he had never openly opposed the mafia before. But now he was choosing his words carefully. And if he truly longed for Cody's safety, the nanny agreed to cooperate. She was willing to do everything to keep the boy away from that life. But to do that, she needed something, while remembering that Mr. Parvalon had already done a lot to manipulate her. Their conversation was interrupted by the phone vibrating in Oscar's pocket, which he answered immediately. He seemed happy to receive the call, and this time the contact turned out to be the real John Lee, who had received a message from Oscar. Then, Mr. Parvalin began to talk to that man about a prominent proposal worth paying attention to. Vanessa understood that their chat was over and decided to go to her room. She even thought it was foolish of her to believe in Oscar's sincerity, who clearly didn't need her protection. As she walked toward the door, Mr. Parvalon called her to tell her something. He wanted to discuss something the next day and proposed meeting at 10 in the morning. Left alone in the room, Vanessa thought again that it was too late for her boss, and that he had chosen his path. Now she had to focus on the only person in this family who could still be saved. The next day, the nanny and Cody prepared a list, and the boy asked if she was writing well. He also wanted to buy 2 watercolor kits. But Vanessa advised acquiring only one for now and the other later. At that moment, Mr. Parvalin entered, and seeing a rather long list, he wanted to know what it was. Cody explained to him that he had made a list of necessary materials for drawing. Since many had burned, Oscar started reading it, but didn't understand what 2 aprons were for, and his son clarified that it was in case Clark arrived. Cody also knew that the relationship between their families was tense, but he was sure that the Colts would soon realize that his family was not a threat. Mr. Parvellin confirmed that everything would return to normal, and Nick was even a little surprised by such conventions. Then Cody wanted to go buy them, but the nanny suggested waiting until after lunch, since his father wanted to talk about something. Although Oscar thought the boss needed him for the meeting, he decided to stay with Nick's son. Just then, the boy affirmed that the adults should discuss everything in front of him, as he intended to stay. Vanessa saw in this a great opportunity to start slowly creating distance between the father and the son. She started the meeting by asking about the viewing angle the camera should have, and also its inclination. Then he explained how to adjust the correct angle and calculate it using a mathematical formula. The boy found it very boring and quietly asked Nick to leave before the diagram's nanny started. And when Oscar was left only with Vanessa and Anna, they continued, and the boss noticed that the nanny had cleverly figured out how to make Cody run away. Thanking her, the girl also asked what Mr. Parvellone wanted to talk to her about. Then Oscar admitted that it wasn't about video surveillance, but they would talk about aspects. Anna immediately suspected that he was referring to aspects related to his operation. Mr. Parvellin revealed his plan, the goal of which was to hinder Mrs. Colt. Although they had clearly warned him not to do it shortly before, Oscar didn't like being given orders. Vanessa was a little disappointed, as she thought it would be about Cody's safety. But precisely because the Colt family's nanny had planted microphones in his room, Oscar considered that this did affect his son. That was what they were provoking Mr. Parvellin with, and the consequences would arrive soon. So Anna asked what he planned to do. Oscar, without hiding his intention to take revenge on the lady, didn't plan to start an open confrontation. Then he revealed to them that he had approached a certain John Lee, nicknamed Rabbit. The boss offered him a very advantageous proposal, even more profitable than the French one, thanks to his designer bags. Anna interpreted it as Mr. Parvellone planning to lower the price of the contract between the French and Chinese somehow. But Oscar clarified that he planned to offer ready-made, authentic, Italian-quality models. Vanessa immediately imagined how the French mafia sold special pieces from the factories, while the triad redirected them to China to manufacture forgeries. The young woman quickly calculated that selling to the boss would result in greater losses to compete with the French. He accepted, but if they delayed too long, they wouldn't make a profit, as they could secure a connection with the Chicago triad. Anna, who was listening attentively to the boss, also agreed that this would definitely infuriate the French. But she feared this wouldn't work either, so Mr. Parvellon planned to attack their weak spot. That was his second line of attack, which is why he had called her to the meeting. The girl understood what her boss meant and refused to hack the French mafia for him. But Oscar only wanted to ask her something, as she understood these matters quite well. Then he explained that he was intrigued whether the local mafia used cryptocurrencies to launder money. However, crypto exchanges are subject to more regulation, which increases the chances of being caught. Another possible option would be to use popular online games where items are bought with money. The items are used in the game, increasing points or score according to the rules of the game itself. Then they can be legally transferred to an account or sent to a digital wallet. Also legally. But Anna commented that Mrs. Colt was a supporter of traditional methods, so she probably had some business. Mr. Parvellone objected, as the lady didn't own that many businesses to launder money in such quantities. Then Vanessa suggested it could be a casino, a place many people go to. But Anna assured that the lady would object. Moreover, the lady believes it is only for commoners. So the nanny suggested, as an alternative, art galleries. At that moment, Anna shouted as if she had won a prize, as she remembered that Colt owns the House of Light. It even surprised Mrs. Parvellon, who sees this as an old-fashioned way to wash money. Vanessa suggested trying it, but instead of old paintings, using more modern technologies, like auctions with NFC. With this, she greatly helped the boss, who allowed her to leave. Then, the nanny decided to clean Cody's room. As she walked, the girl didn't stop wondering if she had done the right thing by helping to provoke Mrs. Colt. The nanny now doubted whether she would be a good example for Cody by meddling in matters with his father. But the moment she decided to stay, she knew she would be involved in all this. Ensuring Cody's protection meant helping Oscar solve and anticipate threats. The doubt persisted. Was Mrs. Colt really a threat to the boy? Absorbed in these thoughts, the girl didn't notice that Anna was approaching her to say something. She told her that she had recovered personal data lost in the fire and realized she didn't know Vanessa's last name. Anna wanted to include her in the records, but the nanny didn't understand why, since no staff member had ever asked before. To this, Anna only smiled slyly, insinuating that keeping her last name a secret might arouse suspicion in her. But Vanessa didn't consider it a secret, although she was unaware of both Nick's and Adam's last names. The young woman fell silent in her thoughts again, and Anna even approached her more closely to find out the last name. Then the nanny said the last name Smith, after which Anna thanked her and left. Vanessa realized that she was plotting something, but understood that from the last name, she used to cover herself. Anna wouldn't get anything. That same night, Mr. Parvalan took his son and the nanny to the drawing room. The boy couldn't help but brag about how much he had bought to always have the necessary tools at hand. But suddenly, Cody stopped abruptly and stared at the doors fearfully, as if he had seen a real ghost. The nanny, whom he accidentally pushed, tried to find out what had happened to him. At that moment, Cody confessed that he had left his sketchpad in the room, and that it was absolutely necessary that same night. Vanessa didn't understand why it deserved such a fuss, but she prepared to go and bring that object. This even amused Mr. Parvalan, and he praised the nanny for her excellent reflexes. But she didn't find it funny. Oscar noticed that the young woman was slightly offended and wanted to apologize somehow. But he was already heading elsewhere. In the elevator, Vanessa blamed herself for looking as clumsy as a guilty student. Upon reaching Cody's room, she began rummaging through the huge pile of things, trying to find that sketchbook. But suddenly, she heard a creak behind the door, as if someone had entered the room right after her. The girl opened a thin crack in the door and tried to see what was happening there. There, Nick and Anna were discussing the successful raid on a money laundering location that the enemies could no longer spend from. Still, Anna considered all this quite dangerous and feared it might bring problems to her boss. But Nick corrected that it wasn't because of Mr. Parvalan, but because of themselves, not understanding why everything seemed fine to his partner. Then he added that, according to him, Oscar was simply testing luck, trying to prosper there. When Anna asked what he meant, Nick reminded her that between the boss and the Don, there were still disagreements. And those disagreements started since an accident happened a few years ago. Anna immediately trembled and asked her partner not to mention the topic, fearing that the walls also had ears. But he insisted that Oscar had a solid enough reason to behave like this. At the same time, Nick fervently hoped that Mr. Parvalan would reconsider, at least for his son's sake. Still, it seemed to Anna that something had been missed. Oscar never does anything without a reason. Feeling the first chill of the nervous breakdown, Nick started pacing the room, reflecting on the cause. Suddenly, he thought he saw something in the adjoining room and decided to investigate to confirm it. Vanessa, who was behind the door and listening, understood that the young man had discovered her, and she hid instantly. In the next instant, abruptly opening the door, the young woman pretended to carefully rummage through her belongings and pay attention to nothing. Then she abruptly stood up and deliberately hit her head against a protruding ledge on the wall. Afterward, she pretended Nick had scared her and showed great surprise upon seeing him there. He was intrigued by what the nanny was doing there, and she explained that she was looking for Cody's sketchbook among her other purchases. The young woman quickly returned to prevent the boy from ordering another huge steak, and then not eating it. But Nick stopped her, which made her tense up, although the boy only asked her to be more attentive with Cody for the next few weeks. Vanessa didn't understand why he asked her for something like that, since she always did it and attentively cared for the boy. When he left, Nick and Anna understood that the nanny had been there the whole time. And she could have heard everything. Anna remembered that Oscar trusted that girl, but Nick noticed that his partner didn't. She didn't deny it and decided to find out anyway who she was, where she came from, and what she wanted from them. A little later, Vanessa was sitting at the table with the boy. He was drawing in the sketchbook, while she was making hers in her notepad. The young woman then asked him what he would be if he could be whoever he wanted. Cody, who had been focused on drawing until then, didn't really understand her question. The nanny gave him the example of an astronaut and showed him her drawing, in which a person in a spacesuit appeared. Cody assumed it was Vanessa who had drawn it and considered the question simply silly. The boy already knows what he will be, but the nanny asked him to imagine not knowing and that, furthermore, he wasn't a mobster, but an ordinary provincial child. Cody became interested in knowing what his father would do, and the girl supposed he could produce chocolate. The boy reflected for a moment, and then said that he would take care of supplying cocoa beans to his dad. He imagined traveling the world in search of the best, taking control of the estates so they would produce only for them. And in the end, they would limit deliveries so that chocolate would be more valuable on the market. And they themselves would set the prices. Then Cody confessed that he knew why the nanny was asking him that, and it even caught the girl's attention. With some sadness in his eyes, Cody insisted again that he didn't need a new mom. But Vanessa didn't understand how that was related, as she just wanted to entertain the boy a little. She also revealed that her mother always told him similar things. She believed he needed other interests and shouldn't join the criminal world. Once, even his mother told his dad that he needed more friends. Not just from the viper's nest. Now that Cody doesn't have a mother, the nanny shouldn't say such things to him, but she doubted if he really understood what it was about. Because before, she had insinuated that someone from Oscar's gang might be connected to his mother's disappearance. Although Cody always emphasized his loyalty to the family, and the nanny thought this might reflect his fear. And that deep down the boy believed that everything happened because of him. Vanessa assured the little one that he was in no way at fault for what happened, and that he shouldn't blame himself. Cody didn't think it was simple and immersed himself in drawing again, gripping the pencil tightly. But Vanessa kept insisting that everything that happened shouldn't affect his dreams. Although Cody was already annoyed. He repeated once more that someday Dad would be the boss, and he would be his right-hand man, ensuring the peace of the whole family. The boy grabbed his sketchbook and ordered the nanny not to get in his way. Then he returned to his room. Alone, Vanessa checked that Cody's mother also opposed him growing up like this. But then she disappeared, which might be the main reason why Oscar asked the nanny to do all that. At that moment, Mr. Parvellin in his room was typing earnestly on his laptop. Just then, Anna entered in a rather low mood and threw 2 folders onto his desk. Then she asked the boss what he really knew about that woman who worked as a nanny. He replied calmly that everything was in the folders, but she didn't see anything interesting that clarified anything. Anna again mentioned that someone from his team might have been involved in the fire, and she insinuated the nanny. But Oscar was sure it wasn't her, as he had seen her shortly before the fire started to spread. However, Anna pointed out that they had a strong confrontation, and then he left her upstairs, where precisely the fire started. Thus, that woman miraculously became the savior of his son and earned his complete trust. Anna also thought that Vanessa was a spy, a fake nanny, as it was strange that Oscar hired her so quickly. Mr. Parvellin was already getting angry and asked Anna to stop, to calm down, and sit down. Then he began to explain that it wasn't actually like that, and he himself had chosen the nanny for his son. Moreover, he had chosen her long before sending his application to the prestigious Nanny Academy. Upon finishing the course, the academy presents its best students and their diplomas, highlighting the most successful disciplines. To be completely sure, Mr. Parvellin also checked her details through the database. But Anna remained suspicious, as nothing was known about Vanessa from the time she became an orphan until her graduation from the academy. This girl lacks both a passport and a driver's license. She is not even on social media, and no close relatives could be found. But Oscar knew that perfectly well. That's why he chose her precisely for that reason. Then the boss explained that Vanessa has no family left who, in case of disappearance, would start asking questions. Anna instantly understood that Mr. Parvalon was insinuating that Vanessa might die for some reason. But he corrected her by clarifying that he was referring to the girl's disappearance, not her death. Then Anna took it as a cold calculation, as life in his family was indeed not simple. Oscar also added that he chose a nanny candidate who had already faced the harsh reality of life. But the main thing was that this candidate understood why his son had to go through. Anna, however, advised the boss not to abandon naivety or trust, as she still believed that Vanessa could still prove her worth. The girl had no doubt about it. She was sure that the nanny working here was actually an outsider. Mr. Parvalon looked at her cynically. After all, he expected nothing else from her. Anna understood that she could end the conversation here and hurried away, still feeling irritation. Nick was already waiting for her on the other side of the door, who was very interested in how the meeting had taken place. She couldn't resist joking with her partner, but she didn't give up and was ready to move forward. When they entered the elevator, Anna told Nick that something was missing from Vanessa's story. But she still didn't know what. Then Nick suggested she approach the sorcerer Simon, but she didn't want anything to do with him, considering him eccentric. But Nick assured that, despite his fondness for strange clothes, he was the only one who could find out something about the nanny. Then, the boy supposed that Anna simply didn't want to involve headquarters, in case she turned out to be wrong. She also feared that, after she hired a cyber detective against Vanessa, it would turn out that the nanny was completely innocent. Then, Nick became interested again in whether his partner was sure of her suspicions about that girl. But she was already dialing the necessary number. As soon as Anna put the phone to her ear, she immediately noticed that they were no longer alone in the hallway. At that very moment, Vanessa returned with Cody, who angrily ran to his room. A little later, Mr. Parvalon and Adam left to begin the execution of their Machiavellian plan. Oscar ordered the driver to behave like a tourist, and Adam, on the way, decided to buy a Panama hat and sunglasses, getting himself ready, and turning in front of the boss. He believed this camouflage was perfect for such a mission. Then Mr. Parvalon said it encrypted, that the chameleon is outside and that the driver should get ready. Afterward, a Chinese man came out, wearing glasses and a loose kimono, and happily greeted them in Trinity sense. Today they offered a special cleaning and healing program. But then he understood that the client had come for an online order. He led Oscar to a special room. The Chinese man asked them to remember what he had ordered, and he said a locally produced candle. The Chinese man was sure they had what the client needed, but he let it be known that it could be expensive for him. But Mr. Parvalon assured him that he could spend if necessary. Another girl approached the counter, asking if the mentioned candle was paraffin. The Chinese man assured her that it was ecological soy wax suitable for vegans. The girl feared after reading that all candles contain lead. And since she had a severe allergy, the Chinese man offered her a diffuser. When the girl walked away, the Chinese man understood that they were not there by chance, and he was ready to hand over the old woman to them. But he still reported in Boston. He explained that all his candles passed through his port, and he couldn't risk betraying such clients. Oscar understood that without a specific reason, the Chinese wouldn't break the contract. Then he insinuated that there would soon be interruptions in shipments and took one of the small bags from the counter. He added that if reasons for concern arose, no one would criticize them for seeking additional supplies. Oscar ripped the bag open and added that markets are now interconnected, and a small failure can result in great inconvenience. Mr. Parvalon completely opened the bag and poured its contents directly in front of the Chinese man. He immediately agreed that they didn't want to get into trouble, but they also want to see where the flame will move. And Oscar suggested he watch more closely. Then he turned around, but before leaving, he commented that probably his parsley had also spoiled, although the Chinese man assured him that it was valuable time. On the street, a driver was waiting for him and immediately asked how it had gone. And he learned that very well. Then they returned, and Adam suggested celebrating the success with ice cream while his boss recommended pistachio. The driver carried out the order without delay, as he considered rides with the boss the best. Meanwhile, Uncle Johnny called Oscar, and the nephew reported that the Chinese had promised to consider the offer. Moreover, Mr. Parvellin was sure of his next move, since Madame Colt had deceived him, and she should be punished. Johnny advised him not to create more enemies with this, and not to confuse enemies with problems. At that moment, on the floor, Cody was drawing again, while the nanny decided to work on the computer. She was reviewing surveillance recordings, but for some reason, she didn't feel comfortable. However, the learned behavior patterns would help her detect anomalies in time. At that moment, Cody deduced that the next day he would have to draw in Vanessa's room. The boy looked maliciously at the nanny and suggested swapping rooms, but she seemed to ignore him. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, as she had seen Mrs. Kenneth in the recording. The sweet old lady pretended to walk near the garages, but it was obvious it wasn't a coincidence. Vanessa saw Mr. Parvellone returning, and the lady immediately started calling someone. And there was Cody in front of her, suggesting she turn her room into an art studio while she would sleep on the sofa. In response, the nanny suggested moving to a room without windows, as it would be safer. Then, Cody asked what she was doing, something that seemed more important than him, and she explained that she was just writing in her diary. Invisible to everyone, she pressed a button to switch the camera view to the blog, and started entering an example of how to fill out the diary. She started by saying that Cody was painting the sky with watercolors, but he corrected her saying they were acrylics. Although she didn't believe him, it was because she suspected a trick, as the colors looked dull, and the boy was also ashamed to paint so well with watercolors. That made Cody even angrier, as he considered the nanny unbearable with those inventions. Then he went to his room, while Vanessa resumed work on her laptop. After investigating a bit, she discovered that Mrs. Kenneth's phone was active. Then she related the times Oscar left and arrived, and concluded that in recent days, at the same time, Mrs. Kenneth had been calling someone. She was aware that the old lady wasn't calling by chance and started to suspect her. Although she also wanted to know who Mrs. Kenneth had called, at that very moment Oscar was entering the lobby. Vanessa immediately asked him to pay attention to her because she had something important to tell him. She found it hard to talk about it, but announced that one of the employees was reporting to her from an Albuquerque number. Mr. Parvellone immediately guessed that the girl was referring to Mrs. Kenneth. Vanessa was surprised that he knew, but Oscar explained that she reported to his uncle. The young woman wanted to ask more, but Mr. Parvellone understood that she was interested in why he hadn't gotten rid of that woman. The Don felt more comfortable having his trusted man close to Oscar. Moreover, Kenneth is a good waitress and makes excellent coffee. The boss assured her that she shouldn't worry so much, but he also thanked her very much for mentioning it to him. Then, Mr. Parvellone was about to leave. But before crossing the door, he stopped and spoke to the nanny again. He immediately confessed that he needed an escort. But Vanessa didn't exactly understand what he meant. He told her about the auction at the House of Light, which Anna usually accompanies him to. But now she was out of town. That's why he asked her to accompany him. Moreover, an extra pair of eyes and a little help wouldn't hurt. He also mentioned that Nick and Adam would watch Cody, as they hadn't organized a farewell party in a long time. Then, Mr. Parvellone got very close to the girl and confessed that he needed her, which made her legs lose balance. Without further thought, Vanessa accepted, and Oscar asked her to be ready by 8. Upon leaving, he promised that he himself would take care of the dress, leaving the young woman blushing standing in the middle of the lobby. Soon, Vanessa was preparing for the auction organized by the Mafia, something she couldn't consider normal. Moreover, she understood very well that a motley crowd would gather there, each with their own peculiarities. However, the nanny saw it as a good opportunity to get information about those who controlled Chicago from the shadows. Protecting Cody was one thing, but seeing a threat in every close person was completely different. Therefore, Vanessa decided to go fully prepared, wearing not just a beautiful dress, but also striking makeup. A rather expensive necklace had been prepared for her, but she considered it an unnecessarily large accessory. Instead, she wore her emerald pendant, which suited the shape of her face very well. She returned the necklace, as she had no intention of wearing it anyway. Approaching Oscar's room, she called him. But he didn't answer, so she decided to go in. Not finding the boss there either, Vanessa thought he must be in the shower and chose to leave the box with the jewel. While going through the room, she started looking for a more suitable place to leave the object. Then, the nanny noticed a metal chest in the wall closet, which clearly didn't belong to the hotel. Visually inspecting it, the young woman determined that it was new and perhaps hid something Oscar was hiding from her. Vanessa also remembered that small suitcase that Anna took out after the fire at the mansion. After inspecting it, the girl decided to try to decipher the code, but couldn't do it for now. But the very next instant, she heard the boss's voice behind her and immediately started making up an excuse. Oscar was struck by what the nanny was doing in his room, and she was ready to confess right away. Vanessa explained that she didn't need the necklace, which is why she wanted to keep it in the security drawer. The boss took the small box from her, noticing that she looked great, but she just wanted to make a good impression. Mr. Parvalone didn't hesitate at all. It wasn't for nothing that he had asked her to accompany him. Then he placed it on the ledge, explaining that it wasn't valuable enough to put in the security drawer. Afterward, the girl apologized for interrupting him and decided to give the boss time to change. Left alone, Mr. Parvalone thought for a moment that his nanny had tried to open the security drawer. Meanwhile, Vanessa decided to take a look at Cody's room to see how he was. And she immediately noticed the bachelor party mess. The three of them were sitting on the sofa, intensely playing a video game, exactly as the nanny imagined. A little later, Oscar appeared in the same room, who asked his little one to obey Adam. And Nick. When they were about to leave, Cody suddenly stopped them. They stopped and prepared to listen carefully to what the boy had to say. But he only looked at them with a rather serious look and asked them not to stay up too late. The nanny was very happy that Cody wasn't hiding his feelings and promised him she would return his dad healthy and safe. On the way, Oscar gave Vanessa a brief report, telling her to try to obey him, since his goal was only to slightly annoy Mrs. Colt. Moreover, regardless of what happened, he advised her to stay close and not make decisions on her own. The girl agreed and then added that she was the one protecting him, so everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Anna arrived at the complex in Albuquerque, as she had urgent matters to resolve. There she met Simon, who needed to find out as much information as possible about the nanny Vanessa. But the young man couldn't offer her anything useful, as her digital footprint was practically non-existent. He found nothing, although he usually managed to track down clues if someone tried to erase their trail. Furthermore, the facial recognition program returned no matches, as if she had changed her identity. Also, the article about how her accountant parents died in a fire was written by a journalist who never existed. Anna suspected that the nanny's parents hadn't died at all, and discovered that someone had erased all the data from her past. Simon thought she herself had done it if she was the person trying to hack their servers. Then he told Anna that the boss suspected something strange in Oscar's plans. That's why he entrusted her to investigate everything. Moreover, Simon was surprised that Anna knew nothing about the hacking, but she had no interest in anything other than Vanessa. Meanwhile, at the House of Light, guests had already started arriving, and everything was ready for the event. Oscar asked if Vanessa liked the place, and she noticed that the building itself was very charming. The paintings seemed very symmetrical to her, while for Oscar they made him think of mathematics. Then he discovered that one of those paintings cost 3 million euros, and no sane person would buy them for that much. He also realized that everyone there was a hardened criminal, pretending to know about art. He looked at a couple of people who approached a painting and watched how they admired it foolishly. And forced. Some looked so ridiculous that Vanessa began to doubt whether they were all experienced criminals. She considered it a parody of the elite society, where all important deals are usually closed. Soon she noticed among the attendees the Mafia organization led by Grandma Ivanova. A little further on, she saw that the triad had also arrived to attend the event. The participation of Mrs. Colt was not lacking, who evidently wanted to show off her most elegant outfit. While Oscar and the nanny were observing the guests, a familiar voice suddenly called out behind them. Turning around, they immediately saw Kyle, who considered this meeting quite unexpected. However, Mr. Parvalone knew his nephew and didn't believe the coincidence was truly unexpected. Then he became interested in why he was there. Kyle didn't hide the reason for his arrival, because he had come for the same reason as Oscar. He, however, doubted that and supposed that Uncle Johnny had sent him to spy on him. But Kyle wasn't here for that, and he confessed to Oscar that his plans were not as secret as he himself thought.